Live here on a Powderhorn Street, where ICE agents walk the beat, with a signing bonus $50,000. When we saw those vicious goons steal our neighbors from their rooms, we went out into the streets and yelled and hollered, "Come out, ye cowards, ICE! Peel away your grim disguise. Tell your wife how you take orders from the fascists, and how the city you betray made you run like hell away from the white and snowy streets of Minneapolis." Very good. Won't you tell her how you stood in the way of Renee Good, how she tried to leave but you were too afraid of her, how she did just what you said, so you shot her in the head for the crime of standing up for her own neighbors. Come out, ye cowards, ICE! Come out, ye cowards, ICE! Peel away your grim disguise. Tell your wife how you take orders from the fascists, and how the city you betray made you run like hell away from the white and snowy streets of Minneapolis. I bet you felt so big and strong when Nurse Pretty came along, and he tried to shield a woman you were beating. 6 agents held him down, and you shot him on the ground, and stood around to watch him as he lay there bleeding. Come out, ye cowards, ICE! Peel away your grim disguise. Tell your wife how you take orders from the fascists, how the city you betray made you run like hell away from the white and snowy streets of Minneapolis. Come, let us hear you tell how you serve the country well, gassing children in their schools and cars and houses, and how the nation's great distress can be solved by DHS if you repress the rage your cruelty arouses. Come out, ye cowards, ICE! Peel away your grim disguise. Tell your wife how you take orders from the fascists, and how the city you betray made you run like hell away from the white and snowy streets of Minneapolis. Come out, ye cowards, ICE! Peel away your grim disguise. Tell your wife how you take orders from the fascists, and how the city you betray made you run like hell away from the white and snowy streets of Minneapolis. From the white and snowy streets of Minneapolis. Thank you so much. My name is Ben Grosscup. Good to be with you today. Thanks for coming out.
Just another day for the Hell Brigade, another party for the Reaper. They say deny your eyes, well it's comply or die. All hail the glorious leader. The Banshee's cry was heard through the night for another precious martyr. How many need time for the changing tides to bring the ladies a mighty hammer? Fascist armed invaders. It's not a means to an end, it's just the evil intent of malignant white crusaders. hearts won't be coerced into submission. With every passing day, oh, they set the stage for the coming revolution. Oh, the battle's just begun. Oh, there's freedom to be won. And in the shadow of a would-be king, oh, resistance bells shall ring. Oh, the battle's just begun. Oh, there's freedom to be won. And in the shadow of a would-be king, oh, resistance bells shall ring. Through the dark and stormy days, oh, the fight is not in vain.
I'm gonna tell you fascists, you may be surprised. The people in this country are getting organized. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. I'm gonna tell you workers, when you cash your checks, they say America first, but they mean America's next. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. People of every color marching side by side, marching across these fields where 1 million fascists died. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. I'm going into battle, gonna take my Union gun, and I ain't gonna lay it down till every battle's won. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. This hatred cannot break us, but I'm learning quick. Our children won't be sold on your poison rhetoric. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. Here comes a big machine surrounding all your hate, forcing it to surrender. Now it's getting late. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. Take my hand in your hand and walk with me to the promised land. Beat your drum and join the band, and we'll chase away the clouds of the morning. We don't need any more than we are. We don't have to be afraid. There is a power in these legs and arms and the voices that we can raise, saying no, we won't go away. about to unfold, when another world will rise from the ashes of the old, and the meek will follow in the footsteps of the bold, when we realize what's ours for the taking. We don't need any weapons of war, not a drop of blood will fall away. They are many, but we are many more, and the sky will echo our refrain. No, we won't go away. Whoa, 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 whoa. The time it will come all over the earth. We will lay down our tools, their concessions we'll refuse. When there's nothing left to lose, throw our bodies on the gears and stop this infernal machine.
For as long as we can remember, the working people of New York have been told that power does not belong in their hands. Fingers bruised, palms calloused, knuckles scarred with kitchen burns. These are not hands that have been allowed to hold power. And yet, over the last 12 months, you have dared to reach for something greater. Tonight, against all odds, we have grasped it. New York, tonight you have delivered a mandate for change, a mandate for a new kind of politics, a mandate for a city we can afford, and a mandate for a government that delivers exactly that. Thank you to those so often forgotten who made this movement their own. Yemeni bodega owners and Mexican abuelas, Senegalese taxi drivers and Uzbek nurses, Trinidadian line cooks and Ethiopian aunties. Yes, aunties. This campaign is about people like Wesley, people like the woman I met on the BX-33 years ago, people like the taxi driver I went on a 15-day hunger strike with outside of City Hall. My brother, we are in City Hall now.
You bitches!
Right here.
You heard it from me!
Oh, white supremacists!
That's right.
Brown people!
I hope you can see through those thick-ass glasses that you fucked up. You stand there and sanction this bullshit, and they kill a woman. They're ruining businesses that have been here for generations. They're fucking up this community. You can go home safe, but no, you're here to terrorize this city. A bunch of bitches if I've ever seen a bunch. And I'm telling you to your face, and if you don't like it, fuck you.
Swishy streams, all that content is bursting the seams. Politics, daily, plenty more. Your sense of fashion, you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Viva Bojack, 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 Viva Bojack. That's what I'm talking about. First time singing the songs for Riverboat Jack. Shout out. I don't know what I'm doing really, but I got passion. That's what it's about. It's all about passion. Swishy streams, all that content is bursting the seams. Politics, daily, plenty more. Your sense of fashion, you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Viva Bojack, 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 Viva Bojack.
Hello! Thank you so much, Stop the Stupidity, for being the first person to support stream today. Very much appreciated. 5 gifted memberships, bringing our current total towards our next goal to almost 150. Hello, Tobin Frost. How you doing? Just discovered you from the line. Immediately followed to see more of you. Hell yeah. First time here, first time commenting. You got a cool intro song, badass. I agree. Made by the one, the only Jazz Dog. What an incredible talent. And for some reason, I cannot be gifted subs. I don't know why that would be, Jazz Dog. I'm sorry. Maybe shoot an email. How y'all doing, folks? Welcome, Tobin. Hope you enjoy your first stream here. Also, my god, Nocturnal8999, thank you very much for the 5 gifted memberships. Y'all, starting off on a good note here. My god, thank you. Not Smirt, thank you for the $5 dono as well. Hey, Gramuglia! Thank you very much for the 5 gifted memberships. My god, guys. Thank you. Real Radhom, how you doing? Folks, go check out Egramuglia over on YouTube, and go check out Real Radhom, both excellent content creators. How y'all doing, folks? We have been avidly waiting for you. Yeah, today. Oh boy, I am gonna tell you guys up front. I have not had the amount of time I need to like wrap my head around the Epstein stuff that came out today. We will be talking about it a bit, of course. Like we can't really avoid it, but we'll it'll probably be less in depth than some of you might be expecting because I want to focus on some of the other stuff
Dang, I
we
was
got
too
going
slow
on.
to be first.
Oof, indeed. Oof, yeah. Yeah. To make sure you don't have gifts blocked, click join on the stream, then the 3 dots in the top right. Ah, very good advice. Then gift membership settings. That's a good idea. The Epstein stuff is bad, really graphic shit. Yeah. I will also just say it is in the name of like prudence, in the name of like slow your rolls, that some of what is in the Epstein file drop today are tips that were submitted to the FBI that have not necessarily been verified. They're allegations without necessarily corroborating evidence, which is important. But there's also like some pretty direct communications that are damning, you know. Maybe not prosecutable, but damning in other ways. It's only 3 million files you're slacking. I know. I work with a MAGA guy who didn't like the recent Epstein stuff. Yeah, none of the MAGA folks like the Epstein stuff anymore because it's hurting their dog. It's hurting their boy. Their big, sweaty, soup brain boy. You know? Whew. Just imagine Jack's face zooming into frame like an old Mickey Mouse cartoon intro, the little title card. I like it. I appreciate it. Let's see here. Hello, Queen of Hell. They loved the Epstein list when they thought it was mainly Clinton. Yeah, they already got everything they ever could have wanted out of the Epstein list. Everything else is only going to be painful. And so a lot of them are just kind of like memory holing the Epstein stuff as if they didn't spend the last like 10 years like forming a quasi-religious cult around like getting that released. And also, I will say, this is what they've allowed to be released, and there's again where we only have like half of the remaining files. Like there's still like another huge chunk out there that they aren't releasing. And you know that the reason that they're not releasing it isn't because they're meticulously going through and checking to make sure that, you know, victims aren't being named or identifying information isn't going out. Like they're withholding those documents because they're extraordinarily damaging. At least in my mind. That's the only conclusion I can come to. Your music is good and you should feel good. Jazz Dog should feel good. Jazz Dog has done most of the music. And that is present on the channel outside of, you know, the non-Jazz Dog music I play. Yeah, the remaining shit is stuff that names people in power who are still breathing. Exactly. You know? Hello, Speed Razor. Shouldn't someone try to leak the rest of the files? That's not Fed posting. That's fine. I'm also in favor of anyone who wants to leak information to the public. Hello, Spherical Man. Howdy, 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 everybody. How y'all doing? Leaking the files. Hello, Nathan Nielsen. Today's drop revealed communications between Epstein and Musk. Yeah, well, how about we just jump into it, okay? Because I got stuff prepped. We can talk about, you know. Let's take a look. It's in a book, reading Rainbow. All right.
Yeah, octopus emoji, octopus
Kadath!
emoji, please accept this sacrifice of wages, Captain N. We have freshly sacrificed acolytes and mortal sugar confectionaries at the snack bar.
Well, thank you so much, Kadath, for the $5 wage sacrifice. It is accepted and pleasing. Speed Razor, thank you for gifting a sub to Weird Beards. Hell yeah. All right. Here we go, folks. So, folks, first, I wanted to kind of ground us a little bit before we go off into the insanity of the day, that we're sitting on, like, the precipice of, like, electoral history. And when I say that, what I mean by it is that Fox News put out a poll today. And, of course, Fox News, you know, does the Fox News thing. They're massaging it as much as they can. But one of the crazy findings in this poll, okay, is the survey shows if the election were today, 52% of voters would back the Democratic candidate in their House district and 46% the Republican. That's a 6-point edge, which is right at the poll's margin of sampling error. Now, that might not seem super impressive until I tell you that that's the generic ballot. That's taking out any other consideration, like what their positions are, whatever. If there's a Democrat on a ballot and a Republican on that ballot, the Democrat has 52% of the vote, which in a democracy, that's pretty meaningful. But here's another thing to know about that finding. It is that in the entire history of polling, there is not another generic ballot weighted as heavily for either party that has ever been recorded. The last closest was when Democrats had 50% support on the generic ballot in 2017. So this is a really devastating find. Like, we're talking when the last major blue wave happened that was already historic in scope. This is historic in scope even more. Like, if this at all, like, tracks to how the midterm elections play out, we're gonna look at, we're gonna be looking at, like, something I don't know that anyone in this country has ever seen before election-wise. You know? And, so, I'm just putting out there that one of the things that we have to do going forward is we have to fight hard and fight like the devil, all right? In order to make sure that we are able to have elections as free and as fair as we can make them, okay? Because the reality is there is no possible way for them to win these upcoming elections with these numbers unless they try to rig the election. And some of the initial reporting on this, like the raid on the election office in Georgia, the Fulton County election office, the attempt to secure voter rolls, the attempt to link foreign interference into the election, all of this indicates that they are going to try. They're going to do their damnedest to try to rob us of free and fair elections. We cannot let them do that. We cannot let them do that. And that is why every single day I get on this show, and multiple times throughout the show, I tell you guys, hey, get organized on in your community. Because no one of us organized on the state level is going to be able to stop this. It is going to take all of us organizing locally and working together with other communities across the state to ensure free and fair elections. Every single one of us has to get involved somehow, okay? Who's going to stop them from cheating, though? Us. We live in a democracy. You know, like there are people called poll watchers. You can volunteer on election day to go watch the polls and stop people from trying to cheat or influence voters or like intimidate them away from the polls. There are people who do that every year. You could organize a gigantic community push in order to make sure no one is making these elections unfair. All right? You can do things on the state level. If your community is locally organized, you can organize further with other communities on the state level in order to make sure that your state has your election system on lockdown. Because it is not the federal government who administers the election, it is the states. Okay? And if you think, oh, well, I live in a red state, there are other Democrats that live in red states. There are other people on the left. There are leftists in the middle of redneck country, okay? Do not let yourself be lulled into this doomer mentality that there's nothing we can do, that, oh, all is lost. Look, Tulsi Gabbard was spotted at an elections office. It's all over. It is not all over. You just gotta show up. You gotta show up at your local meetings. You gotta show up. You gotta organize. Join your local Dems. Join your local DSA. Show up at your city council meetings. Do the things. And 90%, 95% of what I'm asking you to do is just to show up. Okay? And folks, I am encouraging you, if you don't know where to start, we have been endeavoring to build you guys an onboarding ramp here in this community. Join the Discord, reach out to GamerG for help joining your local DSA, reach out to Dragonfly for help joining your local Dems and radicalizing them. And folks, we work together as a community in order to like move both the DSA and the local Dems in more productive directions, more progressive leftist directions. You can be part of that. Okay? We need to be organizing, and we need to be organizing with the awareness that they're going to try some shit. But that regardless of them trying shit, we still have to win. Look back on history, folks. Look back on American history in particular. There are so many times throughout American history where people were more oppressed at the voting booth than we are right now. That where the voting booths were more rigged than they are going to try to rig them. And yet we have come through all of that by organizing and showing up for one another. Okay? That's what we gotta do. And I know a lot of you guys are tired. I know a lot of you all are tired. But we gotta do this for us. No one else is coming to do it. So, get organized, folks. Join your local Dems. Join your local DSA. We'll help you here in the Discord. And, folks, if we can ensure that that election day goes through, we are going to be able to do some incredible things in the months and years while Donald Trump is still a president. Or at least, you know,
I put the General Strike US strategy, a 5-step path to liberation in the Discord. Protest in Milwaukee today.
Yeah, there are a lot of other ways to organize towards our end goal. And also working with local unions to organize more and longer and better general strikes than just one day. Excellent strategy. Excellent strategy. So folks, that's what I'm asking you guys to do. I hope you'll do it. If you got anything out of this, hit the like button, subscribe, leave a comment longer than 8 words on the video, and check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. Tested on cis men, cis women, non-binary folks, and the non-tucking lingerie. Check it out. New colors and styles coming in the near future, and sizes as well. And yeah, folks, we need to win these elections so we can well and truly melt some ice. Very true, Zoe Vexed. That being said, let's keep on going. Finding it harder and harder to stay hopeful? Well, if anything, stay hopeful out of spite. Because they want you to doom, and they want you to doom so hard you don't do shit. So don't give them what they want.
Southern California joined the general strike today, me too.
Hell yeah. Thank you for the $5 super chat, Chris Huggins. A lot of the local unions in Minnesota and around Minneapolis didn't seem to be quite sure what to do around this particular call for a general strike, because there were a lot of competing messages, at least that I saw locally. Like, some people were calling for a general strike today, others were calling for a general strike tomorrow, or some people were calling for a general strike both days. But this is part of the problem, I think, with the general strike strategy. If you're gonna call a general strike, it has to actually be a general strike. That's part of the problem.
Future plans
You know?
for ICE LMAO.
I want people to get more organized so that when there is a call for a general strike, everyone already knows what to do. Everyone already has faith in that call, and everyone answers it. You know? That's the goal. And so part of me is a little frustrated that there wasn't enough coordination, that people had a concerted message on what this actually was going to be. So I'm a little frustrated with that, but overall, like, I'm not frustrated that people participated. I'm mostly frustrated that, like, I don't know, unions weren't, like, consulted, and, like, different working groups seemed to be confused about which way to go. And, you know, I think that we can solve that given time and given more organizing. Also, Nathan, thank you for the $5 dono. What is this?
Water and water and water, water, 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 water and water and water and water, water, water and water and water, water and water and water, water, water and water and water, water, water and water and water, water, water and water and water.
Boots and pots. Okay. Fun stuff. The Jim Water boss battle music, yeah. I feel if I were able to volunteer somehow, I'd feel less hopeless than I do when I just watch YouTube from my living room. As we're going into the midterm season, you can actually participate in phone banks even if you are outside the United States. I believe the rules around that are you just cannot be compensated in any way for volunteering your time to do things like phone banking. Yeah. Also, you could. I know you're probably asking what you can do more than just donating, but yeah, phone banking is huge. Caucuses are next Tuesday in Minneapolis. That's true. Phone banks where you're lent phones. You nailed it. Bingo. Sure, and ICE won't be outside of polling areas waiting to hurt people. Yeah, but, like, that's the thing. Like, if ICE is outside waiting to try and hurt people, like, we gotta show up in more than enough numbers. That, like, I don't know what to tell you. It's a shitty situation, but also, like, there were, like members of the KKK that would show up at polling spots in order to rough up and beat up and possibly even aim to kill African Americans, and African American folks still showed up. You know, we have to actually step up on that day, all of us together. And the most important thing to remember is that we outnumber ICE agents. You know, there are hundreds of thousands of people just in Minneapolis alone. There are millions of people in the Twin Cities area, in Minneapolis, St. Paul, and the surrounding area. There are 3,000 ICE agents. There are, I don't even know how many. How many polling places are there in the United States? How many polling locations are in the United States? There are 116,990. That is not counting 8,616 early voting locations. So, I just really want to point out that they do not have the number of people that they would need at all to send ICE agents to every polling station. 6-7. I think the reason that this general strike was so disorganized is because it seems to have been started in the Twin Cities with a post on Hwa Kim's
I find
Instagram
that
during
telling
this
people
week.
you need to fight for change doesn't work as
Interesting.
well as it will never change if you just wait, at least when it comes to people I know.
I find that telling people you need to fight for change doesn't work as well as it will never change if you just wait, at least when it comes to people I know. Yeah, interpersonally, that is great advice. What if they sent ICE agents to any polling station that has a high enough demographic of people of color? Then more people need to turn up. And let's be 100% real about this. White people need to step the fuck up and show up at those polling locations. Like, if they are targeting polling locations of people of color, then we also need to go to them. You know? And form a human chain around the polling location if you gotta. But like, to pretend that like we're powerless right now when like you've got moms and like average Joes stepping toe to toe with armed ICE officers right now. Like, I don't know. We got to grow spines. We got to stand up for what we believe in. We got to stand up for our rights. Otherwise, we lose them. We got to fight for our goddamn country. So, like, the point I kind of get so tired on banging about is just like, yeah, we got to do stuff. it's you know, like it's frustrating. We gotta do the work. The people must see the picture you put in Discord. It's under #protests. This is the last like thing I'm looking at that I'm going to show on screen. All right, you guys like stop it. But I will look at this. Because I don't want this to be the stream where I just go through the Discord and show you cool stuff you guys post. You guys can do that yourselves right now by joining the Discord. Oh, I do like that. I do like this, though. It's true. The problem I have with calling ICE agents pigs is that pigs can actually be cute sometimes, you know? Like, what about a little teacup pig? A little teacup pig, that they're cute. They're cute as fuck. Is that the Super Mario end credits music? It is indeed. All right, folks, let's jump in to our next segment. Folks, we're going to be talking about the Epstein files for a little bit. So don't, this. Look, how about I just do this? So, folks, real quick, we're gonna be talking about the Epstein files that just dropped. Not comprehensively, but we're gonna be talking about some of the things in them that stood out to me. Brace yourselves, and also trigger warning. Obviously, it's Elon Musk, it's Epstein, it's Trump, it's all kinds of gross, disgusting stuff, and a lot of other folks as well. But we need to talk about it. It's important. And so, yeah, rather be a pig than a fascist. Studio Ghibli, true. Porco Rosso, legendary. K-Thing, thank you very much for supporting the show. And yeah, let's see. So Elon Musk has previously said that he was invited to Epstein's Island. But then he said, but I said no. I said no. And well, that appears to be what they call in the business a lie. Here is Elon Musk emailing Jeffrey Epstein's vacation account. Will be in the BVI/St. Bart's area over the holidays. Is there a good time to visit? I will send heli for you. Sorry for all the typos. Sent from my iPhone. Thanks. So, one, Elon Musk asked, the world's richest man asked to attend at Epstein Island. Do you think someone would do that? Go on the internet and tell lies? Yep. yeah, I do think that they would do that, yeah. I just it gets worse than that too. Like, there's one of these emails between Epstein and Musk, because there are multiple, it's not just the one time, where Musk requests what night the wildest parties are going to be, so that he can go to Jeffrey Epstein's sexual assault island and party it up.
Pedophilia tonight, bro. Child sex crimes tonight, king. Absolutely disgusting.
Yeah, it's super gross. It's super gross. And yes, like, a lot of, like, what is especially interesting about a lot of these correspondence are that many of them take place after Jeffrey Epstein was already convicted.
I can't believe my billionaire would fib. A dirty fib or a billionaire. Unbelievable.
Whoa. You're talking about him as a billionaire. What about him as a humble country web developer? Why, he's been known to code a thing or two. He's just from humble beginnings, like that cabbage farmer in Rome, who became emperor and then gave it all away. Cincinnatus, that's who I'm thinking of. God. Haha, what night are you gonna have the wildest party? Haha, it'd be so cool and fun. I love to come to your craziest party. Ha 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 ha. God, it's really disgusting, you know? Like, I know none of us should be shocked at this point.
I guess everyone's pants are on fire now, SMH.
If only. If only. You know what? Let's check in. What is Elon Musk talking about? Let's just take a look at him yesterday. Oh, Elon Musk. How old is Elon Musk? Elon Musk age. He's 54 years old. And he spent his day the other day railing against Peppa Pig. Woke programming is everywhere in children's education shows and books. And it's because Penny Polar Bear has like two moms. Like his problem is literally just gay people existing. But beyond the fact that it's just rank bigotry, right? It takes on an especially sinister, like an even more sinister tone when you really take into account that this guy was requesting to attend Jeffrey Epstein's wildest parties on the island known for child rape, and after Jeffrey Epstein was already convicted as a pedophile and sex criminal. So, like, his obsession with children's media in this way is especially grotesque. Especially grotesque.
Better than what the Groy pigs are doing to children with Grok.
Oh yeah, silly me. You know, Elon Musk, the guy who invented the world's largest child sex abuse material factory. You know, the factory that makes child sex abuse materials on unprecedented scales. Something that was apparently churning out like 1 million images like per hour or something like that of like sexually explicit material of children. Like, oh, this guy was friends with Epstein and wanted to party with him? The guy who advocated for less safeguards on the image generation technology that he then desperately tried to defend at every turn? Wow, that's shocking that he would be such good friends with Epstein. Wow. It's who would have thought? But I also just want to say, like, there are so many other people implicated in this. I came across this great thread by Colin Carlson about a man named Nathan Wolf, and this is just wild as hell. And Nathan like works with viruses, and just as one example from this long thread, I'm gonna link it for all of you to take a look at here. All right, there you go. There you go. There you go. Nathan and Jeffrey appear to have shared a long-term interest in the scientific basis of sexual appetite in women, including options such as rabies, the search for a female Viagra, and a study trying to find the horny virus that makes college girls want to have more sexual partners. Like, I like, it gets worse from there, and I frankly, I'm just not gonna go deeper down this rabbit hole with you guys. You can of course pursue it more if you'd like, but it's really gross. Like, all of this stuff is disgusting as hell. And I, you know, I would like to just show, one more allegation here, that not allegation, communication rather, that exists in this document drop, which is from one Barnaby Marsh to Jeffrey Epstein. And I don't really know how to put it. Again, this is after Jeffrey Epstein's conviction. The subject line of this email.
These MFs are trying to make hentai plots a reality.
No, it's worse. It's so much worse, Nathan. It's so much worse. The subject line of this email is baby smell.
Can't let Bezos keep his money. He's probably in the files too.
I mean, probably in the files that they haven't released yet, because they have only released half of the files. Yeah. So this guy Barnaby Marsh sends Jeffrey Epstein an email that says baby smell, that has 3 different links to an article from 2013 titled There's Nothing Like New Baby Smell, and then goes on to say, only bacteria on skin. I learned a lot here. And then links to a Wikipedia article about skin flora. And, you know, there is a world that exists where maybe someone wants to know why a baby smells the way that it does. Because, like, babies do smell like a certain way, and that's an interesting question to pursue. But in this very specific context, where you're talking about an acquaintance of Jeffrey Epstein is emailing specifically about baby smell, when these people are talking about it, I'm sorry, my mind goes to the worst possible conclusion. It is yeah, it's a very disgusting context, and I think you can kind of put together the context I'm talking about from the previous 2 examples from Elon Musk and God, from Elon Musk and this guy Nathan Wolf, who's talking about finding sexually appealing rabies to turn women on. Yeah, it's really gross. So I would really advise you guys, for your own mental health, don't go digging in these files willy-nilly, because it's you start 1,000-yard staring really quick. Okay? And I just want to say, it does not seem like the DOJ is on the up and up here. Here's the deputy AG, Todd Blanche, answering a question, rather. Sorry.
Very quickly, can you assure the American public that President Trump, like every other prominent person whose name came up in relation to the Epstein files, that all documents, photos, and anything relevant to him connected to the case are being released?
I mean, yes, I can assure that we complied with the statute, we complied with the act, and there is no, we did not protect President Trump, we didn't protect or not protect anybody. I mean, I think that.
Okay, number one, Todd Blanche, far be it from me to offer you fashion advice, but you literally look like you're disappearing into your suit. What is this right here, man? You look like you bought a suit that's like 3 sizes too big, and you're like turtling down inside to escape from the questions you're being asked.
Watching these streams often gives me stray thoughts in the vein of daydreaming or intrusive thoughts. Sometimes I share them, the things I imagine pedos doing with new baby smell. I feel mentally hurt.
No, stop imagining that. Stop it. Like, if you are at all even getting in that mindset, you like go take a walk. Go take a walk. Stop it. Like, we know exactly why they're sending those emails. We don't have to like try and use our imagination. Yeah.
That there's a hunger or a thirst for information that I do not think will be satisfied by the review of these documents. And
well, you're wrong there, Deputy AG Todd Blanche, Donald Trump's former personal lawyer. You're wrong, because there's still half of the Epstein files left to release. And also some weird things have been happening with the documents on the DOJ's server related to allegations directed towards Donald Trump, but we'll get to that in a moment.
There's nothing I can do about that. But President Trump, of all the people in Washington, D.C. and around this country that have said for years the same consistent message about Jeffrey Epstein is President Trump. And so there's not been a change of course or anything, and certainly his direction to the American people and his direction to the Department of Justice was to be as transparent, release the files, be as transparent as we can.
John Fallon, I'm sorry, but his name is Jeffrey Epstein. I haven't been calling him Jeff. I've been calling him Jeffrey. And I'm sorry if that bothers you, but there are going to be other people in the world who have the name Jeffrey.
And that's exactly what we did.
Very quickly, can you assure the American public that President?
I just no, you can't. Your credibility is in the garbage, man. You were supposed to release all of these emails over a month ago. Took you a month and a half to comb through it, and you're saying it took you so long because you had to make sure that you were making sure that victims' names weren't being thrown out there. And well, guess what? Survivors' names. Attorneys for hundreds of Epstein survivors told ABC News that names and identifying information of numerous victims appear unredacted in this latest disclosure, including several women whose names have never before been publicly associated with the case. We are getting constant calls for victims because their names, despite them never coming forward, being completely unknown to the public, have all just been released for public consumption. Attorney Brad Edwards, who has represented Epstein victims for more than 20 years, said in a telephone interview with ABC News. It's literally thousands of mistakes. So I'm sorry if your argument was it took so long to release these because we had to make sure we got it right. We had to make sure we got it right. And but you didn't get it right. In some of these cases, you actually got it so wrong that you have caused irreparable harm to the survivors that did not want their names public. ABC News independently confirmed numerous instances of victims' names appearing in documents, including in the latest release. Shortly after the new material appeared on Friday morning, Edwards said he and his law partner, Brittany Henderson, began receiving calls from clients. We contacted DOJ immediately, who has asked us to flag each of the documents where the victims' names appear unredacted, and they will pull them down. It's an impossible job. The easy job would be for the DOJ to type in all the victims' names, hit redact like they promised to do, then release them. And that's the thing, right? That's the thing. They made a big show that it's going to take months maybe to release all of these documents because we have to go through and meticulously make sure no one's information is unfairly revealed to the public. And then they immediately dick over every single one of these survivors. It is actually criminal. Everyone associated with this project should go to jail. This is criminal levels of negligence. The reason these survivors didn't want their names public was so that they wouldn't get harassed by freaks in the MAGA coalition who are spending their free time harassing survivors of Jeffrey Epstein. And not only that, but a lot of these people have families. They have kids. They're trying to keep their kids safe. And I gotta tell you guys, I'm right there with you, Derp G's. I'm right there with you because in my mind, this has to be intentional. This has to be intentional. They have to have done this on purpose, specifically to draw targets on accusers' backs, on the women who are making these allegations, in order to get them attacked, in order to get them mobbed, in order to shut them up. And the only thing I can really come to a conclusion about this with is that they knew they had to release these documents, but they were trying to figure out a way to make it a whole dog and pony show. And the way that they decided that they would do that is by trying to sick their audience, sick their followers on these women, make that the story, have that be the thing that dominates, and let all these other allegations muddy the waters. Yeah, they wanted to punish the survivors. It is just an extension of the retribution campaign that the Trump administration has been about since the beginning. And I'm sorry, the DOJ specifically said that they were redacting all these files. And now they're trying to say, well, it's the victim's job to redact their own files. But not the perpetrators. That's the interesting part, right? Like that's what gives away the entire game. They're saying it is the job of the victims to redact their own files, but don't worry, all of you people who perpetrated, we're going to cover for you. You know? A lot of the files still have redactions for people who are powerful and rich. A lot of the files, over half of them, have yet to be released. Like, this just... They really said that? According to this ABC article, according to the lawyers for the victims, we contacted the DOJ immediately, who has asked us to flag each of the documents where victim names appear unredacted. And they will pull them down, which is saying the burden of, redacting your victim name is on you and your lawyer. It's sick. It's actually sick. And, all of this being said, it is worth noting two last additional pieces of information here, right? Number one, that we have, here what appears to be FBI tips. And these FBI tips include allegations of being forced to perform sexual acts with Donald Trump. Some of these are multiple decades old, 35 years old. And I just gotta say, like, we also get to see the response that the FBI had to these tips, right? Spoke with caller who identified blank as friend. Lead was sent to Washington office to conduct interview. 2 voicemails left, no response received. In response to someone claiming to be a personal assistant to Epstein in Florida from 86 to 91. There appears to be several of these. And again, like, there was a period of time where this was pulled out of the archive for whatever reason and got added back in later. But and I'm not going to link this in chat. I don't think it will do you any good to read it. But understand that there are pages and pages of FBI tips alleging, grotesque sexual crimes committed by Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein. Unknown at this time whether or not the FBI actually substantiated any of it and then buried that information. But I, again, don't recommend you check. I don't recommend you check it out for yourselves. Let journalists sift through it and, like, collect that information for you in a way that is less psychologically scarring. You don't need this in your life. I regret just reading like a couple of these pages, and it's bad. But I also want to stress, like I did earlier, that these FBI tips are allegations. They are not necessarily substantiated. Okay?
I'm going to bow out. I have heard enough about this document dump. I am going to unplug and meditate.
Chris Huggins, that is more than okay. Thank you for the $10 super chat. You have a pleasant meditation.
PLZ mentioned the calendar girl stuff. At least apparently Don Jr. and Ivanka went to Daddy Trump's pedo party.
I don't feel the need to do that. Again, I started this out by saying I have not taken a comprehensive look at all of this, and I'm probably not going to. Like, my city is currently under ICE occupation. I'm going to leave this to other folks who have a stronger mental fortitude for this type of abuse than I do. But I just have to add one last thing that is pertinent, which is that Donald Trump, just a couple days ago, named a man called Kevin Warsh as the guy he wants to be head of the Federal Reserve. And turns out Kevin Warsh is in the Epstein files. Oops. Pops up in latest Epstein files. Warsh's name appears to be on an emailed list of guests to St. Barth's Christmas 2010, among others such as Russian oligarch Roman Abramovich and disgraced director Brett Ratner. Hey, Brett Ratner, didn't he just direct the new hit film Melania? Huh. It's almost like all of these people know each other from some kind of, I don't know, elite party circuit that they were on. Strange. And, yeah, here is the email. From blank to Jeffrey Epstein's vacation email.
Howard Lutnick is also mentioned.
Oh yeah, a bunch of people are mentioned. I'm nowhere near being comprehensive. Here's the list I just sent Harvey, blank. How many people are with you tomorrow? Do you know blank? Steve Cohen next door, blank. Met him, and Larry Gogo next to Isle de France. Keep me posted. And again, to CC from C, all blanked out. Please look this over. I think Roman's boat is bigger than Ron Perlman's. Here's a list of everyone I know that's coming down so far. Please advise where and when to screen. God, I hope Ron Perlman isn't implicated in all this. God, I hope not. That being said, here's now the guest list. Almost like Trump has Epstein's little book. Almost. You've got... Oh, guest number 21, Kevin Warsh. Weird. Warsh has always been involved in monetary policy, having been appointed to the Fed in 2006. But his inclusion in the Epstein files is actually not surprising, considering his wife is billionaire heiress Jane Lauder, granddaughter of Estee Lauder, and daughter of Republican donor Ronald Lauder. That puts him in the same wealthy circles that Epstein himself operated in. And so, wow. Crazy. Wait. Okay, wait. Disaster averted, folks. This Ron Perlman has 2 E's in his last name. Actor Ron Perlman only has 1 E in his last name. Okay,
I hope Steve
we're good.
Buscemi isn't in their Spy Kids 2. Would never be the same lol.
Nah, Steve Buscemi strikes me as a good dude, you know? Whew. All right. I don't know. It just seems like such a shame. Donald Trump spent so much time and effort picking out the perfect guy to head the new Federal Reserve. And now, the guy he picked just happened to be in the Epstein files. I mean, it's an honest mistake. Whomst among us can't go outside and throw a pebble without hitting somebody who is in the Epstein files, am I right? I mean, after all, we all live on a billionaire island that has a suspicious number of children on it, right? Right? Oh, that's right. That only applies to like Donald Trump and like 50 of his friends. Okay, cool. Oops, all Epsteins, indeed. It's just so gross. And I want to remind people one last time before we close out this segment. This is from Ranking Member Robert Garcia on the House Oversight Committee. Donald Trump and his Department of Justice have now made it clear they intend to withhold roughly 50% of the Epstein files, while claiming to have fully complied with the law. This is outrageous and incredibly concerning. The Oversight Committee subpoena directs Pam Bondi to release all the files to the committee while protecting survivors. They are in violation of the law. We are demanding the names of Epstein's co-conspirators and the men and pedophiles who abused women and girls. We will begin a thorough review of this latest limited production, but let's be clear, our work and investigation are just getting started. Yeah, we're not done. We're not done, folks. We're going to make sure that justice is served here. All right? So, folks, that's where all this stands, and it's just, again, so weird that all this Epstein news keeps constantly derailing Donald Trump's plans, almost like he's implicated in it somehow. But that couldn't possibly be. We couldn't possibly let someone who was Jeffrey Epstein's best friend for like 15, 20 years, and we couldn't let someone like that be president. We couldn't let someone who's found civilly liable for sexual assault be president. That's crazy. That's crazy. We couldn't let somebody who's known for saying how it's okay to grab women by the genitals. We couldn't let someone like that be president. We couldn't let somebody who thinks it's fine to go and look at naked underage girls at beauty pageants. We couldn't let someone like that be president. What a world that would be. Just a disgusting, terrible, horrible world. Anyway, folks, get organized. Join your local Dems, join your local DSA. We got to get organized so we can beat these creepy,
But Jack,
creepy
did you see
people.
that Epstein got banned from Xbox Live for being a registered sex offender? Probably more serious of a penalty than the federal government imposed on him.
Yeah, and the head of Microsoft kept hanging out with him after he was banned off of Xbox Live for being a pedophile. It's weird, strange that. I wonder why. What did they have in common that bound them together? This Is America music intensifies. I'm not gonna lie, I have had that song going on repeat in my head for like the last couple weeks. God. Anyway, folks, hit that follow button. Do you have thoughts about this segment? Do you have thoughts about the Epstein files? Let me know down in the comments. Hit the subscribe button. And let's keep on going, because I want to be done with this segment as soon as possible. Let's keep on going. Yeah, MinMax has been doing a fundraising stream. I don't know if they're done with it yet. If they're going all night, we'll raid into them. But they've raised $250,000 for rent assistance here in Minneapolis. It's really, really beautiful. Hello. I don't know how to pronounce your name. I'm gonna call you SP. Hey, SP. I'm about to be staying with my Republican father. Any advice? I mean, I guess just don't talk politics. I don't really know. It really depends on your type of Republican, father, and like your individual situation. And I don't know much about either. Oh yeah, Melania was talking with Ghislaine Maxwell. God. Oh yeah, Paladin, that economics professor, that
Remember, the
economist.
primaries are soon, and there are best chance at making sure the midterms have candidates with something resembling backbone.
It's true. You gotta show up at your primaries, folks. Make sure you know when your local and state primaries are. Go look it up right now. Oh, true. Ghislaine Maxwell recently claimed that 29 of her friends got special deals, which was apparently unknown to folks before. And it does mean that as part of the release of the Epstein files, we should know the content of those 29 deals. Hey, Von 400. All right. Also, folks, real quick, I wanted to just mention I know people have come to know that I am a bit of a skeptic when it comes to this AI stuff. And I still am. I just think that maybe if you have a lot of money invested into AI right now, you might want to rethink that. This is not financial advice, but as just a lay non-economist, non-big investor or anything like that, when I see a headline like the $100 billion mega deal between OpenAI and Nvidia is on ice, I start to think to myself, perchance this bubble be poppin', y'all. Perhaps perhaps methinks this is not great if you have a bunch of money in this particular market at the moment. Anyway, basically they made a big to-do about Nvidia investing $100 billion into OpenAI. And in turn, OpenAI was saying they were only going to buy their chips from Nvidia. And now the CEO of Nvidia is going out there and saying, well, yeah, we didn't. It's more of a set of guidelines, really. Like it's not. This isn't a hard and fast deal. It's more of like a gentleman's agreement that we made big press releases about. And well, we're not really gonna give them $100 billion. That's a crazy amount of money to give anybody. So it's more just a little set of guidelines. And I just have to say that's a really bad sign for where they think the AI industry is gonna go if they're not gonna follow through on one of the biggest corporate deals in history. Kind of seems like this is not sustainable. I don't know. Let me know what you think down in the comments. Like, comment, subscribe. Also, get organized with your local Dems. Get organized with your local DSA.
Could you also talk about Trump raising home prices? This man is poison for the country.
Yeah, because Donald Trump doesn't care if people get homes or not. Like, dude literally made money off of denying black people apartments. Like, yeah, he doesn't care if all of us wind up homeless. Thank you for the $5 dono, though, Nathan. And also, check out ImogeneOlivia.com, folks. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. Tested on cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It is non-tucking lingerie. Check it out. Link down in the doobly-doo. Let's keep on going. But yeah, like, look, Donald Trump is loyal to whoever gives him money. Do we give Donald Trump money? No. Who gives Donald Trump money? It's rich fucking assholes. It's like the Zillow lobby and like the Redfin lobby and like the real estate moguls, right? Like, the people who give him money have all the incentive in the world to want home prices to be higher so that they make more money. Like, that's how it goes. Hey, Jet Fatigue. Welcome, Raiders. Come on in. Make yourselves cozy. Holy cow, it's late. You betcha. What accent were you trying out? I was making a reference to Pirates of the Caribbean. So whatever accent Barbosa has, which is, I guess, piratey. It's a pirate accent. If you watch my show very carefully, you'll notice that at times I slip clever little pop culture references into my analysis. It's called a reference. Wow, just like in Holy Mac. Indeed. Folks, we've been going for an hour and a half. If you've been enjoying the show so far, hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and please consider supporting the stream. We are currently at 172 subs. We are halfway to you guys forcing me to read Thomas the Tank Engine erotica, because some of you guys got a little too into the idea of Thomas the Tank Engine the other day when I was debating transphobes. This is on you, not me. This is on you. All right. Oh, damn, we're doing this across multiple days? Yeah, you thought you were going to get out of it yesterday? Oh, no.
People are aroused. I haven't seen people so aroused in a very, very long time.
No, she's going to prosecute the president of the...
We should have a sub goal where Riverboat Jack talks like a pirate the whole stream. Never forget this is on Banana Brains. True. You know what? We should just say never forget, because there's no other event that people would never forget. It's only Banana Brains suggesting Thomas the Tank Engine erotica. What I have yearned to do, is to voice act hentai games. Okay? That's what I've yearned to do, and this is the imperfect vessel for me to realize that ambition. Did I ever finish the Tucker B movie erotica? I did, and I read it on stream. I am a woman of my word, and when I tell you I will do that, I do it. Okay? That's right, I wrote a B movie erotica that had Ben Shapiro and Tucker Carlson in it. Okay? There. I did that for you guys. See ya, Andrew S. Live your dreams, Jack. We are so here for you. Look, I'm living my best life. I wrote it. Did you though? I did. Okay, but what about Holy Mac? We have to have a day where like not everything happens. Because every single day this week, everything has been happening. There's not a day this week. I'm like, the Epstein files dropped today. There was a imperfect general strike in my city. There was a gigantic protest. They started arresting journalists here in Minneapolis, Minnesota. Like, we need to have a day where like some things don't just like absolutely destroy my ability to like do a fun show. Like, today felt like a year, and I'm not even kidding. I wish for uninteresting times. Yeah, I'll settle for semi-interesting times, you know? Oh, I will also say, super cool. Minneapolis and St. Paul have just launched a tenants union. So, folks can join the union wherever they are in their rental units and band together in order to fight for better conditions and better living conditions, better rent conditions, etc. Like, that's so cool. And it's backed by like different elected officials in the area. So like it's legit. Like, it's a actually legit tenants union, which we have, to my knowledge, not really had in Minnesota before. Like, it's a huge step forward and new territory and new ground. It's really, really cool. God, Kippy, you just reminded me. You just reminded me of all of the insane Luigi Mangione stuff I was going to talk about, like, yesterday and today, but just, like, got completely sidetracked by everything else. Real quick here. All right. All right. You guys ready for this? Hold on to your pants. Hold on to your butts. Wait, what? Here, look. We'll do it. But first, folks, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, hit that follow button. I can see how many of you have actually hit the like button. Let's just take a quick gander, okay? Let's just take a quick look. I can't help but notice that right now there are currently 410 people watching, and we have 174 likes. No unliked freeloaders in here. Start hitting that like button, you fools. Get on it, you silly billies. I'm scolding you right now. This is me scolding you. How dare you? How dare you? Yeah, that's right. Suddenly there's 30, 40 more likes on the stream. I see how it is. Sometimes I just need to chide you. This is me chiding you. Chide. There we go. We nailed it. Good job, everyone. Go. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. 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 Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click button. Click there we go. All right, that's a respectable number of likes. Thank you. Thank you. And if we get any subs or donos or super chats, every $5 is an equivalent to a sub right there. All right, $5 dues, sub or a membership. All right. Whew. Quite the admonishing. But what about the Dono Ghost? If you guys hit 200 subs, you'll get the Dono Ghost song, and if you hit 400, you'll get the Dono Ghost song. There you go. And hopefully, my bones will be intact by the end. All right. So, first of all, folks, let's do this. So, folks, we have to talk about what an insane 24 hours it has been for Luigi Mangione. All right? We have to talk about it, largely because in the past 24 hours, a man posing as an FBI agent tried to break Luigi out of prison, right? And then a handful of hours later, the judge overseeing his federal case threw out the charge that would have led to him facing the death penalty. So, we'll start with the first half of that, and we'll get to the second half in a moment. But I want you all to know that this fake FBI agent was a pizza delivery worker. And not only that, he tried to break in, he tried to bluff his way in, saying he was an FBI agent. And when asked to produce identification, he pulled out a Minnesota driver's license and then threw a bunch of files at, like, a paperwork at the people involved. And when, of course, he was detained, they found on his person a barbecue fork and a hand pizza cutter. Here's what he had on him, folks. Dude tried to break in. He tried to break Luigi out with these in his possession. I have that exact pizza cutter. Yeah, exactly. OMG, it's Mario. Oh god. Oh god. This man though, Mark Anderson, is facing a lot of legal trouble for trying to impersonate an FBI agent, and not only that, I'm just gonna read the sequence of events here because it's bonkers. It's
I
absolutely
tried to give
bonkers.
Jazz Dog one earlier, but for some reason he can't get gifties, so as another person I have seen around a lot, here you go.
Oh, Cliff, thank you for gifting Lily Love Stuff a sub. And yeah, Jazz Dog, send a message to the support email. They'll get you sorted. Anderson allegedly approached Bureau of Prisons officers around 6:50 p.m., claimed to be an FBI agent with paperwork signed by a judge authorizing Mangione's release. When officers requested credentials, Anderson presented a Minnesota driver's license instead, claimed he was in possession of weapons, and then threw several documents at officers, which investigators later determined appeared to be related to claims filed against the U.S. Department of Justice. And then, of course, they arrested him. And yeah, he's apparently very unstable, which you might be able to be able to put together here from this story. And yeah, it's a bit sad. But that being said, that brings us to this other half of the story, which is a handful of hours later. Okay? Like 12 hours later, we get this. Luigi Mangione will not face the death penalty, according to a federal judge. So, yeah. U.S. District Judge Margaret Garnett dismissed the murder charge in Mangione's federal indictment, which was the only count in any of the cases brought against him that would have carried a possible death sentence. He still faces 2 counts of stalking, which carry a maximum possible sentence of life in prison without parole in the federal case. And it's stalking across state lines, apparently, which carries a higher degree of punishment. Now, none of this is to say that the murder charge on the state level has been dropped. So he is still looking at quite a bit of prison time. And if he beats the stalking charges, he will still be looking at up to 25 to life in prison. So, like, life in prison, but with the possibility of parole. So, like, it's still very much an uphill battle, but it's absolutely shocking that they are saying, well, we can't get you on the murder charge, so we're dropping it. Pizzagate 2 Electric Boogaloo. God. Thank you for the £2. I appreciate it. Yeah, it's bizarre. The other thing that Mangione lost on today was apparently his lawyers have been trying to disqualify the evidence found in his backpack because there wasn't a proper search warrant, but the judge allowed that because she believes that the facts of the case allowed for that search to take place, which is kind of hard to argue with. But that being said, that's the last like 24 hours for Luigi Mangione. It's really wild, and frankly, I don't know what this says about me, but when I initially heard that someone had tried to break Luigi out of jail, I immediately assumed it was like some kind of femme fatale situation. Like some woman had gotten really enamored with him and was gonna like try and break him out. But no, it was a local pizza man, local pizza guy. Couldn't have possibly predicted that one coming. Anyway, what do you think? Who do you what kind of person do you think is likely to try and break Luigi Mangione out of prison next? Let me know down in the comments. And remember to like and subscribe as well. Folks, also, you got to get organized with your local Dems and your local DSA. If you need help, join our Discord. Reach out to Gamergy for help with DSA. Reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems. And folks, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. Tested on cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It is non-tucking lingerie. Very comfortable, very stylish, very supportive even. And also, there's a link right down in the doobly-doo. So check it out, you silly billies. And let's keep on going. True. That. Oh man, that's true. It could also be a mask fatale. An NB fatale? The sky's the limit. Here you go, Speed Razor. A twink fatale? Look, we know that those exist. Also, look, Liliana Young, your comment, I want to order pizza from the heroes sending their best to rescue Luigi. I want to propose something. It might be controversial, but this really opens up the possibility of a pizza chain called Meal Team 6, all right? Now, I know that has typically been used as a pejorative against ICE agents, for example, But, you know, in this particular case, I'd be willing to make an exception for a highly skilled pizza place. That's specifically sending folks to try and break people out of prison. A bear fatale. That's the kind of bear I'd choose. Oh, damn, that kind of slaps, right? Right? Calzone Team 6. Pizza chefs by day, mutant ninja teenagers by night. True. Sorry to tag you again, but I'm being serious. I am feeling crappy and in bed all day, so I'm going to ask you to summarize whatever the horrible news was from today. Epstein files dropped. Don Lemon and a local independent journalist got arrested in Minneapolis. Dems capitulated on DHS funding, kind of. We'll talk about it. People are getting more organized against ICE. And yeah, I don't know. That's kind of it in a nutshell. That's all that I have prepped. Them fatale. Fuck me. That's so much better. You know, if Kash Patel had any kind of like Riz, he'd rename himself Kash Fatale. That's my hot take for the stream. My name is Kash. Kash Fatale. You all see that it's instantly better, right? Good night, John Bainbridge. Oh yeah, also Catherine O'Hara died, which is extremely sad. Fairly confident there will be another hot take. True. He should call his new podcast Cash Me Outside. That would have been so fucking good. I think I know that name from somewhere. Yeah, Catherine O'Hara was in Beetlejuice, was in Schitt's Creek, was in Home Alone as Kevin's mom, like absolute iconic individual. Cash Fatale does sound like a really bad Bond villain. He's an expert in deadly origami. Here, well, you know what? This is almost certainly gonna get like DMCA'd, but you know what? It's fine. Here.
I was snatched from my crib at birth by Russian mobsters.
You can't put a price on dignity.
Tell that to your outfit.
This is your outfit.
What?
I was served by an intimidating woman at the front desk with an unrecognizable accent and scary-looking attire. And what might this have to do with me?
I love her so much.
Do I have a fever, though?
I don't know.
Can you see? I think you have to do without the tissue.
Sorry, David. I know where else to turn. It's probably nothing, but I think I've killed a man.
Okay, why don't then you guys stay in your room?
Her deliveries were always so fucking funny. Always so fucking funny. I think I killed a man. Rest in peace, Catherine O'Hara. One of my fave shows. She's so good in it, too. Like, in a show full of great characters, she shines. That Schitt's Creek? Yeah. What an incredible show. The Bebe! She taught Nick Cage how to act? Hell yeah. The fruit wine scene. Yeah, could we grab that?
In the lee of a picturesque ridge lies a small, unpretentious winery, one that pampers its fruit like its own babies. Hi, I'm Moira Rose, and if you love fruit wine as much as I do, then you'll appreciate the craftsmanship and quality of a local vintner who brings the muskmelon goodness to his oak Chardonnay and the dazzling peach crab apple to his Riesling Rioja. Come taste the difference good fruit can make in your wine. You'll remember the experience, and you'll remember the name, Herb Ervlinger, Bert Herngreif, Irv Herblinger, Bing Livehanger, Liveling, Bert Herkern.
Crab apples. It's so good. It's so good. I know a librarian like her. That's wonderful. But I don't recognize the actress name, but I have seen Home Alone, which she's apparently in. Yeah, she's Kevin's mom. Oh my god, we forgot Kevin. Schitt's Creek really grows on you, but you do have to watch like a handful of episodes before it gets its claws in you. How does one forget a child? You know, don't think about it too hard. I mean, she's not in it a lot, but I do have to say, the times she is in Home Alone, it's wonderful.
Tell me, have you ever gone on vacation and left your child home?
No. No, but I did leave one at a funeral parlor once. Yeah, it was terrible, too. You know, I was all distraught and everything, you know, the wife and I. And we left the little tyke there in the funeral parlor all day. All day. You know, we went back at night when we came to our senses, and there he was. Apparently he was there alone all day with a corpse. Now, he was okay, you know, after 6-7 weeks. And I came around, started talking again. But he's okay. You know, they get over it. Kids are resilient like that.
Maybe we shouldn't talk about this.
You brought it up. I was just, trying to cheer you up.
Sorry, I didn't.
Just, like, I know John Candy you pay attention to in that scene a lot, but, like, her ongoing cavalcade of reaction there is so perfect. So perfect. God. Also, just I love Gus the Polka King. I love him so much. Just the extraordinary levels of discomfort there on so many different levels is wonderful. Literally my dad? Oh no. Have I ever seen A Mighty Wind? Oh, no, I haven't, but I have seen her song in it. Wait. Yeah, this one.
More precious than a pot of gold.
It's really, really sweet. It's really sweet, isn't it? Rest in peace, Catherine O'Hara. Oh, I did see this. Oh, thank you so much for subscribing, El Moco. Thank you. We're almost at the 200 mark. We're getting so close. 26 away. All right. Yeah, there's while the Melania film might be lacking, there is there is Melania Devourer of Men, a book that is available on Kindle now. I'm going to just read you all the description of this book. Catherine Leaping Lemurs, thank you for the membership, bringing us up to 25 away. Let's go. Thank you. Melania, Devourer of Men by J.D. Bohinger. Tropical, thank you for the
River
tier 1
Mate
sub.
Christmas Cozy.
Christmas cozy indeed. Thank you. Her husband gets all the attention, but she has something to hide too. Melania Trump had it all. A former model living luxuriously high above New York City. She had her every whim catered to, and her every want met, far from the public eye. But when her famous husband becomes president of the United States and leaves for Washington, her quiet life is thrown into disarray. Now surrounded by young, strapping Secret Service agents and pursued by the cunning and handsome FBI Director James Comey, Melania must work to keep everything from falling apart. Because Melania has secrets of her own. Deadly secrets that no one yet knows how far she'll go to protect them. The best erotic, supernatural political thriller I've read this week. according to Christine Sims, author of Taken by the T-Rex. The Hunger Games meets 50 Shades of Grey. This was everything I didn't know I was looking for in a book, according to Danny Fankhauser, author of Shameless, How I Lost My Virginity and Kept My Faith. I don't know what this is, but I'm totally down for this shit, according to Jin from Mercy Bar. This is fan fiction. It is also for sale. Wait, can I? Yeah, here's the cover where she appears to be some kind of disembodied torso. All right. Chapter 1. The pool at Trump Tower shimmered in the afternoon sun, its warm waters mirroring the streams of yellow light striking high above Fifth Avenue. The residence at Trump Tower housed many luxurious, sun-filled rooms, from plush bedrooms whose floor-to-ceiling windows looked northward to Central Park, to elegant game rooms lined with old wood bars, to private theaters of large recliners, and even a spa. But it was here, in the pool, that Melania Trump felt most at home. Even her powder room, which was larger than most New York apartments, didn't provide the same sense of safety and freedom that she found in the pool. Her arms slashing at its warm waters, her legs kicking furiously, her lungs filling richly with the humid air. At times she felt as though she were flying. But not aboard a plane. Melania had spent quite enough time on planes in the last year, campaigning alongside her husband Donald, as he had sought the presidency. Every day, it seemed, she was off to somewhere new: Des Moines or Dallas, Baton Rouge or Billings, Rochester or Rapid City. Every time it was the same. She and Donald would step off the plane, greet some donors and local members of the Republican Party. Donald would speak before a crowd, lighting into whomever or whatever had enraged him that week. The couple would shake hands with supporters, pose for photos and selfies, God, the selfies, and clamber back aboard the plane, a course set for Newark Airport, her hands drenched in sanitizer. For the record, this was never supposed to be part of the deal. When she had met Donald some 20 years ago, he was already a successful real estate mogul, twice married. She was Melania Knaus, a young model with no shortage of wealthy suitors. She had been struck by Donald's charm, his self-possession, his unshakable belief that the world was his to command. Even more impressive, she realized, was the fact that he was right. The world did seem to bend to his whim in ways that, even after years of marriage, she could never fully explain. Donald's employees and associates bent over backwards to please him. The months before their wedding, she watched as Donald's chef laid out an intricate tasting plate for the groom, adorning it with painstaking garnish. "There's no need for that," she told the chef in her slight Slovenian accent. "It's beautiful, but Donald will not notice." "I know, ma'am," the chef replied, "but he deserves it anyway." The first years of marriage were pleasant. Donald continued his work in real estate, developing hotels, casinos, apartments, and licensing his name, their name, she would remind herself, to any number of ventures. He also starred in a reality show, The Apprentice, in which the contestants competed to please him, which struck her as the perfect show for her husband. Melania spent her days traveling and entertaining, patronizing the New York art and fashion scenes, and, when possible, bringing her husband along. It was a harmonious life, one which she had long hoped for and was grateful to have finally achieved. In 2006, the couple had a son, Baron, to whom Melania was happy to devote her time. Baron was the love of her life, and she joyfully made his life and happiness the center of her own. After Baron's birth, the residence at Trump Tower was all but transformed into a full-time nursery, school, playground, and summer camp as Melania reared the boy. Those were joyful days for many in Trump Tower. Melania would often dismiss staff so she could play with her child for hours on end, tickling his tiny feet and playing peekaboo. Her devotion to the boy was constant, and while it took her away from the crowds of Fashion Week, she loved it all the same. The rest of the world might be Donald's, she thought, but this part of it was just hers. And then came Obama. Melania hadn't paid much attention to the campaign of 2008. She didn't care much for politics. It was all so dull, she thought, with people in ugly clothes spouting meaningless nothings to sad people whose problems wouldn't be solved. Why would anyone even care? She was lucky, she knew. Other people had to worry about crime and schools and other problems for the sake of their children, but Barron would always be safe. She was certain. And she found it difficult to muster the will to invest any thought in a presidential election. But her lack of enthusiasm was matched by Donald's overzealousness. She listened patiently as he railed against the senator from Illinois, calling him all sorts of outrageous names and making wild claims about him. In all the years she had known Donald, she had never seen him so flummoxed, so persistently annoyed with the world. And while she couldn't understand why her husband loathed the man, when Obama finally won the presidency, she understood the significance. For the first time in his life, Donald didn't get what he wanted. Suddenly, Barron's future wasn't so certain. It wasn't a material concern. The family still had all the trappings of success, but Donald took Obama's win as a personal insult. His ego, that precious spirit that had drawn her in so long ago, that had drawn in everyone around him, was shattered. In its wake lied an enraged and merciless man, hell-bent on asserting control over everything he possibly could. The spirit had become a phantom. After Obama's win, Donald became an active presence around Trump Tower. Suddenly, nothing about their home was good enough for him. The staff was incompetent, the food was awful, the facilities were filthy. Donald went on a massive campaign against the tower's staff, chewing out servants and reaming out any waiter unlucky enough to catch him in a bad mood, which was often the case. Melania's hair and clothes were fair game for his critique, and when it came to Barron, Donald became preoccupied with his schooling. Who were the teachers? Where were they from? What did their parents do? Melania looked on, embarrassed, as Donald grilled a prospective hire about whether her parents voted for Goldwater. "For God's sake, Donald," Melania said to him after the woman left, "she teaches kindergarten." But Donald's tyrannical rule over his world only expanded. When in 2014 he announced that he would run for governor of New York, Melania was supportive. She thought it would be a good to get him out of the building, set his mind on something bigger than their block between 55th and 56th. But after a few campaign stops, she came to regret her support. Donald would return from campaign events more bitter than he had left, more determined to show the world that he was still in charge. Unfortunately for her, the world was limited to Trump Tower. It was around that time that Melania began swimming. With Barron in school and Donald demolishing the little control she had eked out for herself, she retreated to the pool with its quiet stillness and calming warmth. Donald didn't come here, nor did any of his adult children from his previous marriages. It was hers alone, and within its trusting confines she exploded with fury, pummeling the water with a passion she hadn't felt in decades. She never knew for how long she swam. She only knew the intensity, the raw power she unleashed into the welcoming waters as her hands viciously sliced at its surface. In this pool she could hate Donald for robbing her of the small measure of happiness she had earned. She could hate herself for choosing Donald over the others. And most of all, she could hate Obama for ruining everything she had built. Outside of the pool, she was relegated to helplessness. She watched as Donald announced his bid for the presidency. She journeyed with him as he embarked on that never-ending campaign. On the plane, off the plane, on the plane, off the plane, she kept her mouth shut as he reamed out his opponent, Hillary Clinton, who Melania recalled as one of the most charming guests at their wedding. And she celebrated with him when it was announced that he had in fact won. Everyone was shocked by the outcome, but Melania had known all along. The world was Donald's. The world would always be Donald's. After the election, it was all she could do to remain in New York. She told Donald that Barron needed to finish the school year, that a move to Washington would disrupt his studies. It was a transparent lie, and it wouldn't last forever, but at least it would buy her some time. Let her hold on to the fragments of her life just a bit longer. Melania gripped the handrail of the pool, panting for breath. She had put more into that swim than she had anticipated. Again, Collecting her thoughts, she stepped from the pool, its tepid waters falling from her tall, thin body. An over-eager servant approached, his large, outstretched hands ready to offer a thick white towel, like it was a life-saving medicine. Your towel, Mrs. First Lady? Melania winced. It was all she could do to avoid snapping at the young man. Philip, she said slowly, in this room, you will call me Miss Melania. And that's chapter 1 of Melania, Devourer of Men. That was all the sample available on Amazon to read to you all. Why are we doing this? Because why not? Because I wanted to. That's why. Boom, devoured. Right? That was intense. Weirdly well written. So that was the script of the hit movie Melania, right? I guarantee you that was better than anything written in the Melania film. I feel like this isn't an official book. Yeah, you know, something about the artwork for the book tells me it might not be official. It's true. Is this a fan fiction? No, this is the honest and true account of Melania's life. Don't you see the bat wings? And the claws? And the fangs? And the lack of legs? All the hallmarks we associate with Melania. 100% real. Her true form. Love this story so far. It's free right now on Amazon Kindle. So if any of you are interested in reading the entire thing for whatever godforsaken reason, it is in fact free right now. So there you go. I'm linking it for you so you guys can all satisfy your curiosity. There you go. Have fun with it. You can also buy it for $7 as a paperback. I need something to read on set. This rules. Hell yeah. Holy shit, it's free? Yeah, it's free. Some bedtime reading. Why doesn't she look like the Hat Man in this true story? I appreciate you guys. Folks! Should I get this book? If you want to. Not your mom. Anyway, folks, that was fun. We've been going for about 2 hours now. Hit that follow button. Hit that subscribe button. Hit that like button. I hate it. Thanks. Oh, Lazia, don't be like that. Also, hello. The saddest part is that artwork doesn't even look AI. Someone put it. No, that's a good thing. Hey, sweet mints. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click 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 button. Click click button. Hell yeah. Dr. Pepper or A.W. Root Beer? Dr. Pepper. Hands down. All right, folks. Let's dive into our main segment for the night, huh? Or second to last main segment. Here we go. Good night, Crochet Whimsy. Get good sleep. Oh, okay. Gotta stretch my back. I feel like I look really cute today. This hair thing worked out for me. Okay. So, folks, in case you're wondering how it's going here in Minneapolis, Minnesota, you know, if you're flying overhead, everything looks tranquil. Everything looks pretty peaceful right now. You know, nothing out of the... Oh, wait. I guess, well, I guess things seem to be not going great here in Minneapolis, Minnesota. People are out on the ice spelling out SOS with their maybe it means so ostentatious snow that that's what it could be. That maybe they're critiquing the aesthetics of winter. Huh. It's not going great here, guys. And I want to really emphasize that it's really not going great here because the AP put out a video yesterday titled "Lack of Judicial Warrant Thwarts ICE Arrest of Minnesota," and you know the nature of this headline seems to imply that it's newsworthy that the lack of a judicial warrant prevents ICE from making an arrest here. But I just want to remind everyone that's literally the constitutional law. Like you need a judicial warrant. It's not it's not notable when a police officer follows the law and nothing happens. But for whatever reason here in Minnesota, it is noteworthy now and newsworthy when an ICE agent follows the law. That's where we're at now.
This person, they saw us and they ran. Twice deported, convicted of domestic abuse, and released. That's who we're here for. You know, that's what we're here for. But, you know, they'd rather call the police on us than to help us. Go figure.
Oh man, these people want to make sure that we're not just random kidnappers that have LARPy bullshit uniforms. You know, these people just don't believe we, the masked men with guns lurking outside their house and chasing them down. They just don't believe that we're here to help.
They're never the loud house, right? They're never the people shooting off fireworks in the middle of the night, you know, all of those things that can make neighbors hard. They've been there for a long time, as far as I've known. And the fact that federal agents are coming into my community and taking someone away when 70% of the time, currently, they are not criminals. I don't trust them. I don't trust a single thing they said about who they are.
Yeah, I mean, that's the big thing here. Like, they thought they were going to get so much mileage out of saying that undocumented immigrants... Oh, no. The people here are, they're actually murderers. They've each killed 12 people. We're definitely handling only the murderers, okay? We've come... Look, you saw that 5-year-old, probably undocumented, also did 12 murders. We're just cleaning up the streets. Like, they genuinely think this kind of shit will fly.
From my interactions, I know them way better than anyone else does. Any one of those federal agents. The fact that ICE has been haunting our neighborhood since June, and they took our neighbor in the Yellow House who's been here for 30 years and deported him to Laos. On June 7th, they took him and left behind his son, who's 8, and his other son, who's 13, and a 20-year-old daughter, and a 25-year-old daughter, and a 3-year-old little girl, and they took him away from them. And now that family is struggling. That's not happening again. And we watched that one happen, and we didn't know what to do then.
I've been to law school, so you tell me when you know what the hell you're talking about, then you can come tell me.
You stupid bitch. If you'd actually been to law school and gotten your degree, you wouldn't be out here as an ICE agent. Don't shut the fuck up, you lying sack of shit. Like, I've been to law school. Then what the fuck went wrong in your life that you had to sign up to be a masked kidnapper? Huh? What exactly went wrong for you?
Oh, shut the hell up. Let's go. All right, guys. Thank you, guys. Street lawyers. They know every goddamn thing.
Yeah, I went to law school, but you guys all seem to know what you're talking about, so we're gonna jet. But I went to law school.
In Minnesota, you don't just need a judicial warrant. You also need a neighborly smile and a homemade lemon square to enter anyone's space. Don't you know?
It's true. You can't sit at their table until you've given a gift of bread. Bread and salt. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Very much appreciated. He's been to a law school. Oh, he went to a law school to abduct someone. That makes more sense. There we go. Nailed it. Nailed it. And that the name of that law school, the School of Hard Knocks. It's just awful what's happening here. I was literally talking with someone earlier today, and they were just like, they apologized to me for laughing while talking about what is going on here, and I was like, you don't have to apologize. Like, we have to laugh about what is happening to a degree, because like the alternative is just breaking down and not being able to like go about our days. You know, like there's almost like a gallows humor here about what is happening. It's all so absurd. It's all just so absurd. And like when I say like things are getting absurd, I mean like genuinely it's going off the deep end. Like I've been hearing some folks assess what is happening with the Trump administration as you know, they have effectively failed at their stated goal, and what they're doing now is just pressing the only button they have available to them, which is violence, which is incitement. You know, and in effect we're kind of in like the death throes of their movement. And you know, I can kind of see it, because I gotta tell you, I don't think things are going particularly well for the spin masters of the Republican Party when Christopher Rufo, the guy who gave them critical race theory and DEI and trans youth in sports talking points, like he's the guy who like mainstreamed these talking points. He's now out there pushing anti-Scandinavian racism. That like that's his new thing that he's landed on. Just gonna read you this excerpt. What explains why endemic disorder seems to plague Minneapolis? My pet theory is that if you look at the history of Minneapolis and compare it to the histories of other American cities that have similarly become hotbeds of left-wing radicalism and anarchy, say Seattle, there are real commonalities. Both cities have a long history of powerful organized labor movements, factions of communist sympathizers, and a tradition of industrial frontier progressivism. Each city also has a high density of Scandinavians. There's something about Scandinavian transplant cultures that simultaneously brings an over-empathizing element. bring in as many Somalis as you can. Don't ask any rude questions about what they might be up to. And also a more militant, socialistic, progressive, and activist element. Like, we have achieved a new level of white nationalism, white supremacy that we haven't seen since Benjamin Franklin was talking about how the United States shouldn't allow in any of the swarthy cultures like the Germans, the Norwegians, or the Swedes. Like those types of whites were just too swarthy and untrustworthy to allow into the newly born America. And like we have now regressed so far into the deep end that Christopher Rufo is practically breaking out calipers to try and measure the skull shapes of Scandinavians in the Midwest to see why we care about our neighbors. Because that's the thing, right? That's the thing at the fundamental bedrock of all of this, is that they cannot wrap their head around the idea that people care about their neighbors. Like this, it's almost Tolkien-esque, you know. I've been on like this Tolkien kick recently, and this idea that Tolkien had that like what evil is the inability to pity others, the inability to like extend beyond yourself empathy and compassion, right? And like it's wild to see that play out in real time. Like that idea seems like it is validated when I look at what these people are writing and trying to like put out into the world to rationalize why people in Minnesota might care about their neighbors. Because folks like Christopher Rufo and a lot of the Republican Party writ large cannot seem to understand why someone who lives next to Somali people or in a neighborhood with Somali people or sends their kid to a school with Somali people might feel compelled to stand up for their rights. Like they can't conceive of a world where you would care about people like that. Like in my mind, like that doesn't seem like even radical compassion. It doesn't seem like a radical amount of care. It seems like a pretty normal amount of attachment and care and empathy to extend to people in your community. But this all ties back to an idea that I articulated a while ago, which is that, you know, Republicans have a different circle of people they care about, you know? Like there's a large distinction one can make between the left and the right based on who they consider is in their within their empathy horizon, you know? And a lot of conservatives, they have very small empathy horizons. They only care about people in their, maybe their extended family. Maybe only their immediate family. Maybe only themselves. Maybe only their like, isolated town. But they carve out exceptions all the damn time, you know? And I think folks on the left, by and large, have much broader empathy horizons, much larger groups of people that they care about and are willing to fight for and go to the mat for, you know? And for the folks who have this limited amount of empathy to extend to others, like, it's alien to them. It's truly alien. And also, like, I know I personally allowed myself to be a little bit hopeful about the shift up that was happening here in Minneapolis with Greg Bovino going out and Tom Homan coming in. But I gotta say, the Trump administration has only doubled, tripled, quadrupled down on trying to make an example of Minnesota and Minneapolis. We have yet to see any evidence that like ICE agents have left in any meaningful amount. There are still 3,000 agents deployed here. And also, just want to play this clip from Todd Blanche here about his position on evidence regarding Good and Preddy.
For transparency, would you commit to releasing the body cam video from federal officers that was involved in that shooting and their names at a point when the investigation can allow that? Will you make that public? And I did not hear clarity on whether Renee Good's case is also in the civil rights realm.
I'm not committing to anything with respect to that investigation. That would be completely unfair to the investigation itself for me to stand here and commit to something for any reason. It depends. It depends on what happens with the investigation, and that's a decision that was made by the folks that are working the investigation as it relates.
Okay, can I ask a favor of those of you who are a little bit more Photoshop capable than I am? Can someone just Photoshop his head like 10 to 20% smaller, and like kind of shrunk down into his suit? Can I make that request? Because like the suit already, every time we see him, looks like it's getting bigger and he's shrinking down into it. Can we do like what we did with Charlie Kirk's head and just like shrink him down a little bit more in his suit a little bit? I think that'd be great. Yeah, reverse Kirk. Exactly. I think it'd be funny. And we are now learning that there's body camera footage from the officers involved in executing Alex Preddy, and Todd Blanche is just like, I could never commit to releasing any of that footage ever. Why you think we have body camera footage to just give footage of what happened to the public? Oh, no, sir. It's crazy. Why is his suit so ill-fitting? It's probably because he's doing a whole Better Call Saul thing, I don't know. But we have worsening conditions with ICE. It's not even just like the lack of accountability. Like ICE is doubling and tripling down on its abuses here in Minnesota. Okay. And this article was published today. ICE expands power of agents to arrest people without warrants. An internal memo changed the standard from whether people are unlikely to show up for hearings to whether they could leave the scene. Now, you might be thinking, "Oh, well, okay, an internal memo. This is the memo that you talked about like last week, Jack. This is the memo that was secret that they could only talk about by word of mouth." That like allowed them to violate the Fourth Amendment and like break into homes without a judicial warrant, right? No, this is a new memo. Like ICE is just being issued these memos across the entire department, giving ICE, trying to tell ICE agents that they have these new and extraordinary powers that they do not have. Right? So this new memo is effectively arguing that the new standard to make a warrantless arrest, if an agent believes someone is an undocumented immigrant, the new standard for arresting them without a warrant isn't, just isn't going to be like whether they're unlikely to show up for their hearing, their court date. The new standard is, are they going to escape the scene if they are not arrested? Which is an incredibly different standard for detaining people. An incredibly broader standard for detaining people. Like, This is going to massively expand the number of people that they are going to feel like they have the ability to snatch off the streets. Yeah, it's really, really gross. The change expands the ability of lower-level ICE agents to carry out sweeps rounding up people they encounter and suspect are undocumented immigrants rather than targeted enforcement operations in which they set out, warrant in hand, to arrest a specific person. So, I want you all to understand that when it says, when the New York Times is writing, carry out sweeps rounding up people they encounter and suspect are undocumented immigrants, they don't actually have to suspect anything. All they have to do is say that they suspect something. It literally is essentially a memo that allows them to arrest and detain anybody. It is a blank check for them to arrest anybody for any reason, and all they have to do to justify it is say, well, you know, I think that maybe that they would have tried to flee the scene. So, I just think they're an undocumented immigrant. I might be wrong, but we'll sort that out down at the station. You know? Like, if you ask, am I being detained? Then you can be detained. Yeah, like, if you look at them funny, and they just want to, they can just say, yeah, I think they're an undocumented immigrant. I can take them. Like, this is, some extraordinarily dangerous shit. And they're trying it out actively in Minneapolis. Right? Yeah, I mean, like, now the comparisons to, like, slave catchers, the SS, you know, the Gestapo, the KKK, like, it's all accurate. You know, they can just take anybody. Now, granted, they don't have the manpower to just take everybody, but they are claiming the power to take anybody that they want. And it's very scary. It's very scary. And I just want to say, at the very least, we have congressional Dems in our corner. At the very least, we've got folks out there fighting for us.
People are aroused. I haven't seen people so aroused in a very, very long time.
We won't rest. We won't rest. We won't rest. Oh, wait, what's that? Oh, actually, Chuck Schumer is in fact resting, and we are not getting sufficient guards against this lawless agency that is trying to destroy any semblance of democracy we have. Right? So, yes, there is going to be a government shutdown for about a week. At the very last minute here, the Senate passed the bill that will fund various sections of the government for the next year. And as a compromise, they signed a bill, like a continuing resolution for DHS funding that will effectively kick the can down the road by 2 weeks. Right? So we're in a bit of a pickle right now, folks. Now, the argument from congressional Dems is effectively, by getting this continuing resolution signed and passed, right, that they get some immediate concessions, and then the 2 weeks that they have from now can be dedicated to negotiating with Republicans on just the DHS funding, which, you know, sounds okay if you don't think about the fact that you had way more leverage today prior to signing the rest of the funding over for all those other departments. You had more leverage right now. You are going to be going into this 2-week period with far less leverage. But, That the thinking from congressional, Dems like Chuck Schumer is we're going to get an even better deal after we negotiate for 2 weeks. But here is what we got so far. Okay. Where is it here? In a partial win for Democrats, Trump and GOP leaders acquiesced to their request to punt on DHS funding for 2 weeks, but it remains to be seen what policy changes they will agree to for ICE and CBP as Democrats demand reforms. Democrats plan to use the 2 weeks to negotiate changes such as ending roving patrols, tightening requirements for warrants to make arrests, imposing a code of conduct for immigration agents, and forcing them to wear identification and body cameras. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I say earlier that we got some concessions in this 2-week funding bill already? I lied. There are no concessions. We got nothing. This was our big moment of leverage, and what we got for it was a 2-week extension on negotiations that we haven't gotten anything else for. So now Democrats are saying, well, we're going to give you a pie in the sky. It's a pie that's way up there, you see. And I'm going to guess we're going to get very, very little for this. They can still wear masks. They can still wear masks. At the moment. So, that being said, Democrats do still retain the ability to deny any funding whatsoever go to ICE. But keep in mind, that would still mean that there's 75, that they have like $100 billion slush fund that they can dip into, and nothing will really change their day-to-day operations. Even if they have no funding for the rest of the year. So, that's cool. That's some cool stuff right there. What the Dems are effectively hoping is that people will be less angry in 2 weeks, and then they'll just be able to like meekly get something that is symbolic but doesn't functionally change what ICE does. And I gotta be honest, there might have been a time recently where I thought maybe that could work for them. Like at the very least, like the general public would fall asleep and stop thinking about this, working on it,
Dipping out
etc.
now cause my phone battery is low, leaving a dono to find my place later. Bye, Jack.
Bye, Nathan. Thank you for the $5 dono. But I gotta say, I don't think people are going to forget what is happening here right now. I mean, this is where people are at right now in Chicago. All right, it's a short clip, but like people around the country are waking up and they're angry as hell. And I live in Minneapolis and we're in Minnesota, and I talked to several other people today. All of them talked about being exhausted by how angry they have been. This is not going to be something that people just forget. And seeing footage come out of major cities around the country, seeing people turn out to stand in solidarity with Minnesota and Minneapolis, I don't think that people around the country are going to forget what's happening either. Like, look at this. This is Chicago. I believe that we will win. 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 I'm sorry. Like they're turning out in the middle of like a goddamn snowstorm. And they're chanting about how we are going to emerge victorious. And you know what? I believe them. I believe in them and the motivation that got those people out on the street in the first place. I believe in what is motivating them to stay out there when it is cold and snowy and people are freezing their asses off. They are out there because they are mad. They are mad as hell. And that anger is still going to be here weeks from now as ICE agents continue to brutalize us, continue their reign of terror on our communities. Does the tired of being angry mean the masses are demoralized? No, it just means we are so burnt out on being angry. But that doesn't mean we're going to stop showing up for each other because fuck these guys. We're angry. You know? But we have to understand that, like, where we're at right now, the can has been kicked back to February 13th. So right now, that is the deadline. And what I want you to understand is that while this sucks that we do not have a solution right now to what is happening in our cities and states right now. Sorry, I have the hiccups. Goodness, 1 second. Well, it means that we don't have a solution right now. We have been given 2 weeks. We've been given 2 weeks. What that means is, folks, you guys each have a new mission. And that mission is to call your elected senators and representatives every day. Schedule some time, like 15 minutes every day, to call your elected members of Congress in order to pressure them to, like, do something about ICE. Pressure them to abolish ICE. Pressure them to abolish the DHS. Pressure them to get rid of Stephen Miller. Pressure them to get rid of Kristi Noem. Okay? Our country was founded on fuck these guys, we're angry, these are patriots. 100%. We're so angry we could dump some tea in the ocean, you know? But, like, you guys need, like, genuinely, we all need to call our elected members of Congress every day from now until February 13th, okay? Fax them, call them every day. Because I guarantee you, how many people are watching right now? We got 125-ish in Twitch chat. We've got 320 in YouTube chat. Plus we got, like, how many? 50 in Riverboat chat. 60 people in Riverboat chat. So we all told have around almost 500 people here. If you all called your elected members of Congress every day from now till February 13th, we could, like, guys, 8 calls to one congressional office is considered a lot. It only takes 8 people calling into a congressional office in a day for it to be considered a lot. You guys, we can leverage so many more calls than just 8 with just the people here. Okay? So I want you guys to understand it is vitally important for you guys to call and fax your elected representatives. Even if they are Republican. Especially if they're Republican. Especially if they're a centrist Dem. Okay? It is super important because we actually have the ability to get them to hold the line on DHS funding. We have the ability to get some real concessions, and I'm going to go one step further here. It is vitally important that we get concessions because what is happening right now is quickly spiraling out of control here in Minnesota and Minneapolis. We have to be mobilizing and organizing our abilities as individuals and people within this democratic system and pulling the levers that are available to us in order to influence people in power. Because I got to tell you guys, Chuck Schumer, he doesn't know or really give a shit what's happening in Minneapolis. He doesn't really care. All right? He just doesn't. But he does care if a bunch of people invade his solitude by calling his office, by faxing him, by showing up to talk with him in person. Like, those are things that shatter and actually make it through to these elected officials. Many of them are isolated. They don't really understand what is happening here. And even those that do understand, they need some extra reminding. Okay? So, y'all, pick up your phone. You can start right now. Pick up your phone, call your elected representatives and senators, and let them know you want ICE abolished, DHS abolished, and, Kristi Noem gone, Stephen Miller gone. And very importantly, if you can't abolish ICE, you need stronger restrictions than what is currently on the table. We need to demand better. Okay? It is vitally, vitally important. And if you want to point towards other things to bolster your argument when you make your call, leave your voicemail, talk to a staffer, what have you, you can point out that Indivisible, for example, one of the largest organizing apparatuses currently existing in this country, is talking about how this is bullshit, effectively. Every day, DHS is funded without new restrictions is an all-hands-on-deck emergency for communities across this country. This continuing resolution, which keeps ICE and CBP operating as they are, will allow 2 more weeks of this brutal agency terrorizing our communities. It must end. This moment also shows that channeling our outrage into powerful organizing works. For the last few weeks, the public has made it overwhelmingly clear that we reject this authoritarian reign of terror and demand Congress fight back. Republicans are retreating, and now the fight is squarely on DHS, where they have even less leverage. Each and every one of them must answer for stealing money from our healthcare to fund masked goons occupying our cities and kidnapping children. Democrats not only have a moral duty, but an obligation to press their advantage and fight like hell for policies that meet the moment. Over these next 2 weeks, Democrats must finish the job. That means drawing firm red lines and conditioning their votes on real ironclad limits. ICE and CBP out of our communities, real accountability for abuses, ending the blank check for brutality, and clear guardrails to stop raids, profiling, and the occupation of our cities. Progress looks like Democrats holding the line and enacting meaningful changes. If Dems cave and fund DHS without change, it would be an abject betrayal of our neighbors being dragged out of their homes, of the parents standing guard to shield kids going to school, and of our constitutional rights when they most needed defending. Democrats must hold the line now more than ever. It's their fight to lose, which is absolutely true. They spittin'. Indivisible spittin'. Okay? And I want to say also that something very interesting happened today, which is Bernie Sanders secured a vote to cut $75 billion in ICE funding. Now, one of the things that we might be able to do if we call and make this request is we might be able to push this idea, which I think is a very good one. So this vote is effectively, this idea of Bernie Sanders is to cut $75 billion in funding to ICE and give it to Medicaid, to effectively restore a large portion of funding that was taken from Medicaid to pay for ICE ramp up. And, Congress has the ability to undo that. And we should absolutely, where we can, be clawing back this money that was taken from Medicaid. Instead of giving it to ICE as like a gigantic blank check, we should be taking that back and using it for our most vulnerable people. The people who need this money to live. Okay? This is a great idea. And I want you all to know that Bernie Sanders was able to secure a vote on this idea. Do any of you want to know how that vote went over in the Senate? Very interestingly, that measure, while it did fail, failed only by 2 votes. It failed by 2 votes. The measure failed by 49 to 51. Because this is a measure that can pass on a simple majority. So, one of the things that I think we should be asking is for the bill to fund DHS to be amended with Bernie Sanders' proposal. Okay? We should amend the DHS funding to claw back $75 billion from ICE for Medicaid. Susan Collins and Lisa Murkowski both voted for this. So one of the ideas that I'm going to ask you guys to hand off in your calls to your elected members of Congress, call for Bernie Sanders' measure to take $75 billion in ICE funding and give it to Medicaid. Ask them to roll that into the bill. Ask that to be one of our demands. Okay? We need 2 votes on this to make sure, rather, that JD Vance can't veto it. Now, I will point out that DHS funding needs to pass by 60 votes. However, Republicans really want to pass DHS funding for the next year. Which means, as something contingent for Democrats to give their votes towards this 60 vote threshold, I think they should make passing this measure by a simple majority a requirement. Okay? Reintroduce this, pass it by simple majority with 2 more Republicans defecting, and then we can talk about DHS funding. Anyway, I think it's a really great idea. I like that Bernie Sanders changed the conversation around this a little bit, okay? And I agree with you, Insolent. Dems need to stop playing patty cake once they have a majority or even a super majority. We need to stop playing patty cake. We need to actually play hardball, and we need to actually get meaningful measures and reforms. We need to set things right in this country. It's going to take a lot of work. It's going to take a lot of bills, and this idea that Dems can play bipartisanship if they win power again in a big way, no. 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 I will also say, folks, that there are additional measures being introduced in the House. Greg Sargent here reporting on Eric Swalwell and Dan Goldman introducing a bill to strip ICE of qualified immunity. These are all things that we should be trying to push through, trying to get critical amounts of support for. Strip ICE of their qualified immunity. Open them up to lawsuits. Open them up to criminal prosecution. God knows they deserve it. There are a lot of things we can do to put checks on ICE and keep them accountable. We just need Dems to actually do shit to make those a reality. Because folks, I can't handle more stories like this. I can't handle more stories like this. ICE detained a 4-year-old U.S. citizen and her Honduran family in hotels for weeks. This story is insane. I'm going to link it here in chat for you guys. But basically, ICE kidnapped this Honduran family and, monitored them 24/7 and kept them under confinement in a hotel. And, they weren't able to talk to anyone outside of the hotel. Like they're not. They were they were effectively prisoners in this hotel. It's crazy. A Honduran mother, her 7-year-old son, and her 4-year-old daughter, who is a U.S. citizen, were held by ICE agents in a series of hotel rooms for nearly 3 weeks while the Trump administration sought to deport them. And, like, I just... Ingrid, the 37-year-old mother, told the city in Spanish on a Zoom call on Monday that her children kept asking when they could return home. "Mommy, when are we going to leave? I want to go to my house," she recalled them imploring. The city is withholding her full name and the names of her children while the family's case continues. "I had no response. I just kept saying, any moment now they're going to take us out of here. We have no idea what's going to happen," she said. But even now that they're home, Ingrid and her children are not out of the woods. Judge LaShanne D'Arcy Hall, the federal judge weighing their case, found she had no jurisdiction to block the family's deportation. The temporary restraining order that bars the family's deportation expires Thursday. They keep trying to put these families in untenable positions so that they self-deport. We've heard a lot about the torture in the various holding facilities, these concentration camps that ICE
Chad
is
was
running.
talking earlier. Things are exhausting, but know that we all think you are making a difference. We'll make it through this nightmare.
I really, really hope so. There are some nights where I feel like I'm just yelling into the void, but I see you guys responding, and I see you guys stepping up in all kinds of different ways in this community, and that's what really keeps me going. Knowing you guys are not just hearing, not just learning, but also taking action. It's really, really important to not just know the right thing to do, but to actually do the right thing. And so many of you are stepping up and doing the right thing. And when enough of us do that, we're going to be okay. Okay? But so much of the torture in these concentration camp detention systems is geared towards coercing these people into self-deporting. It's a way for them to get around the legal process. It's disgusting. It's disgusting. And it's not going to stop. It's not going to stop with Minnesota. And I've been saying this over and over and over again.
Did you see the stuff about ICE crushing people's testicles? Or the
Yeah.
forced hysterectomies in 2017?
Yep.
I think we need to be louder about ICE sterilization and essays.
I mean, I think we need to be louder about the fact that this is bluntly like an ethnic cleansing operation. Like, when we talk about this being like genocidal in nature, like, we are seeing the early stages of ethnic cleansing. Like, they are sexually assaulting, in some cases, children, in order to get them to self-deport. The ACLU report that mentioned crushing people's testicles, some of the people they interviewed for that were like 15, 16, 17 years old. It's disgusting, And they're not stopping at Minnesota. They're not stopping at Maine. They're apparently going to send ICE agents to Ohio next to target Haitian immigrants. This is very specifically related to the fact that Donald Trump has revoked temporary protected status for Haitian refugees, and they want to basically pull the rug out from under these gigantic refugee communities and then say, aha, now you're in the US illegally. We got you. And then send ICE agents in to like just cause panic and terror. It's disgusting. And I want to add, extraordinarily illegal. Like, if you think that doesn't sound like it's possibly legal, you're correct. It isn't legal. But what they're banking on is that it's going to take the courts a long period of time in order to step in and say, no, that's illegal. You can't do that. They're banking on trying to blitz different immigrant communities in this country before the law can catch up to them. That's kind of how they've been operating so far. And, you know, it doesn't matter to them if after a couple weeks a judge rules, no, that was an illegal revocation of temporary protected status. You can't do that. Doesn't matter to them if they've already tortured, like, you know, 1,000, 2,000 Haitian refugees into self-deportation, you know? Like, that's the purpose. Or tangled them up inside the immigration system so that they're just detained indefinitely in like a weird legal limbo. And like, I want to point out that ICE is trying to use the massive $100 billion, the $75 billion that Bernie Sanders wants to claw back, actually. They're trying to use that money to expand their concentration camp facilities, right? And what they're going around and doing is they're buying private warehouses across the United States so that they can renovate the inside and use them as concentration camp facilities. That's like their big plan. And luckily, at least one person, British Columbian billionaire, Jim Pattison, isn't going to sell this U.S. warehouse to ICE. So that's one win. But there are definitely other folks who own these facilities that are considering selling to ICE. And I want you all, as another piece of homework, if you are kind of person who's good with looking up information and contacting businesses, you know, in a civil but firm way, I would encourage folks to compile a list of people who are considering selling these warehouses to ICE. That there should be a knowledge of who is considering knowingly giving ICE the facilities to imprison hundreds, if not thousands of people, you know? Because what they're looking to do here is to buy these up piecemeal and then just have total control over whatever happens inside these facilities, you know? Like, there needs to be an effort to put public pressure and recognition on the people who are considering selling to ICE or providing services to ICE. Like, it should be like a major black mark against your record and your reputation if you are working with the modern day Gestapo. And it is worth noting, by the way, that DHS is aware that this makes them look bad. They quote tweeted, "Inside paper, ICE is buying massive warehouses across the U.S. to expand nationwide detention network. DHS has already purchased facilities in at least 8 states, including a $102 million site in Maryland and a $70 million warehouse in Arizona," according to the Washington Post. And Homeland Security writes, "These will not be warehouses. They will be well-structured detention facilities meeting our regular detention standards." I want to remind you all that DHS literally was running a concentration camp in the Florida Everglades where they were deliberately sending inmates naked into the clouds of mosquitoes so that they could be tortured by the mosquitoes. The idea that DHS has any kind of concept of regular detention standards is laughable. And if they actually do have regular detention standards, they are absolutely dog shit. You wouldn't wish them on your worst enemy. Right? But it continues. DHS law enforcement is conducting law enforcement activities across the country to keep Americans safe. It should not come as news that ICE will be making arrests in states across the U.S. and is actively working to expand detention space. Thanks to the One Big Beautiful Bill, ICE has new funding to expand detention space to keep these criminals off American streets before they are removed for good from our communities. One of the good things that Bernie Sanders' bill would do would be that it would massively limit the number of facilities that ICE can purchase and build and renovate and run, right? We need to make sure we are doing everything in our power to make sure they are not able to build this detention network successfully. Yes, Foxy Cheshire, I've played videos on the channel of the screams at the Texas Dilly facility, the drone footage of them pleading for freedom. It's extraordinarily disturbing. I want to remind everyone that despite all of these billions of dollars that ICE has at their disposal, that they have stopped paying for third-party medical treatment at all of their holding facilities, and they haven't paid for any of that since October of last year, and they aren't going to begin paying for any of it until the end of April. So not until the beginning of May. It's torture, is what it is. They want people to die. They do want people to die. Yes. God. Now, I will say it is heartening to see that folks are stepping up every day in ways big and small. Just wanted to share with you this. Dear Liam, I'm so sorry about what's happening, buddy. I know you must be super scared and confused right now. Saw that you're not feeling great. I thought maybe if I drew you a picture, it might cheer you up, even just a little. Spidey is one of my favorites, too. I wish I could do more. I know if you see this someday, you'll know that there were so many people thinking and worrying about you, even though you don't know us. Sometimes when bad things happen, kids wonder if it was their fault, but none of this was your fault, kiddo. You didn't do anything wrong. Nothing at all. Hope you feel better and that you and your dad get back to home with your mommy soon. For Liam Conejo, from your nerdy Theo Freddy. That was drawn by Wilfredo Torres, who is one of the comic book artists who has drawn Spider-Man in the past. Gets me too, guys. It gets me too. But people are fighting back in ways big and small, and that's, like, we all can only do what we can do, right? Like, I lack a lot of different skills, but I can talk in front of a camera. I've talked in front of a camera long enough that I've cultivated an audience where several hundred of you gift me with your time and your attention. And I'm going to try and use that in order to facilitate positive change in the world, But each one of you is good at something too. Each one of you has a skill or a position or some way you can leverage who you are, what you're good at, where you work, who you know, for good. Every single one of you. And I believe what we are seeing right now is an entire country full of people standing up to do what they can, where they can, how they can. And I gotta say, shout out to Congresswoman Delia C. Ramirez, who is consistently, as of right now, top of the list when it comes to demanding what is required right now. The people demand not one more dollar for ICE. We demand not one more agent hired to terrorize our communities. We say abolish ICE and dismantle DHS. The people demand we abolish ICE. Okay? I just wanted to shout her out for doing the good work. And I want to remind you all that you are not alone. And I know it can feel really isolating when we're all stuck in our houses or our apartments, when we're afraid to go outside, when we're afraid that some chuckle nut in a mask is going to disappear us or someone we love, I know it can feel really, really isolating. But understand, there are millions of people in this country who are going out every day into the world, and they might not make a big deal out of it every single day, but every so often they're hitting the streets in the middle of a snowstorm to say, "We will win. I believe that we will win. I believe that we will win." It's really important to keep hold of these ideas, to keep hold of these moments, to keep a hold of the understanding that there are millions of people who are burning with the exact same righteous anger that is in your hearts right now. What we need to do is organize. What we need to do is show up in our local communities. What we need to do is get our shit together. So, folks, join your local Dems, join your local DSA, get more involved in your local day-to-day political situation, and call your elected members of Congress every damn day until they get this DHS funding bill passed, in order to make sure Kristi Noem is gone, Stephen Miller is gone, get as close to abolish ICE as we can, get as close to abolish DHS as we can, claw back $75 billion from ICE to give it to Medicaid. Let's make it happen. Commit tonight to do that.
So MN is getting a lot more coverage than Chicago. Gee, can't imagine why. That said, is there anything I can do specific to helping Chicago?
You could support Kat Abu Ghazaleh. Kat's office is helping people on the streets of Chicago.
People are doing what they can. Streets of
great
Minneapolis.
candidate.
Bruce Springsteen video added footage and lyrics.
Also, One-Eyed Atheist, thank you for the $5 super chat. Sorry You're Blue, thank you for the $5 dono. And yeah, Streets of Minneapolis is a great song. The boss really delivered on that one. So folks, join our Discord, reach out to GamerG for help joining your local DSA, reach out to Dragonfly for help joining your local Dems. Folks, time to get organized. It's time to get organized. It's time to get organized. And if you got anything out of this segment, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, leave a comment. Let me know what you think about all this. Comments longer than 8 words, apparently, really helping the algorithm. And also, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. Tested on cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It is non-tucking lingerie. And I would highly recommend you check it out. New styles, colors, and sizes coming in the near future. And also, buy some of it to make a fascist mad. That's just one additional sales pitch I have for you. Check it out. Link down in the doobly-doo. And let's keep on going, folks. There we go. You have a number of international viewers. Is there anything we can do? You can, of course, donate to various organizations in Minnesota.
You've probably heard.
In Minnesota, Chicago, the affected areas where ICE is most active right now. There is a website, standwithminnesota.com, that has a number of links to various mutual aid funds and groups in the area that you can donate to. Those funds, by the way, very useful for folks on the ground. Just as an FYI, it does actually get to the folks that it says that it gets to. So standwithminnesota.com has so many different groups you can consider donating to. Sharing standwithminnesota.com is a great idea, of course. And I would also say, if you are in a country that is not America, you should also get organized. You know, like the goal of us getting organized is for us to be able to unite as a working class, not just in one country, but around the world, you know? It is a borderless movement. And so get organized where you're at too. What is the bill number for Bernie's measure? I don't have that handy. I have Bernie Sanders' press release. Do. It was an amendment to repeal. I think it was an amendment for the Senate bill that just got approved. So the bill itself was what the Senate passed tonight, but the amendment, I have no idea what the number was on that one. Just joined the Discord, but we'll wait until morning to verify. Hell yeah. Welcome aboard, friend. Also, Squirrel Knitter, thank you for the $2 super chat. Appreciated. Appreciated. Apologize to repeat myself, but Nick Shirley's been cited in my city. My worry is they will be more successful here than in Minneapolis because of the many military bases located here. It would be impossible for the city to actually get them out. What are they trying to do? Oh, good. Like, Nick Shirley's next big thing is just going to daycares. Like, that's just what he's gonna do now. Like, his entire life is just gonna be going around to, like, creep on kids. Fuck, that's dumb. Fuck! World's dumbest man realizes he can make infinite money by creeping on children full time for his YouTube channel, and Republicans will just eat it up. The reverse Chris Hansen? Oh no. God. Trump made it popular? It's true. We shouldn't be surprised that the movement that idolizes the man who is Jeffrey Epstein's best friend for 20 years is suddenly just so enchanted with a brilliant up-and-coming young man whose entire thing is trying to see any children he can. God. God, it's stupid. All right. Folks, we've been going for 3.5 hours. If you've been enjoying the show, hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and here's a little song to let you know what to do. Consider supporting the show as well with those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. Also, we're getting real close to 200 and the Dono Ghost song. Click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button. Synthetic, thank you for the 300 biddies. With the $2 dono earlier. Here we go. Click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button. Hey, Gabby Ita. Oh, also, where are the submissions for the Todd Blanche Photoshop? I would love that. Is it in the meme section? Yeah, it's in the meme section. Hell yeah. Oh god, this is awesome. This is this is exactly what I was hoping for. Okay. There we go. So folks, we have 3 different submissions for the Todd Blanche turtling into his jacket during a press conference. Number 1. Number 2. He, he just keeps getting smaller. Kirkify me, Captain. I love him. I love him. Hassanified. Stop being so mean. Amber Brains, you are correct. Love that I can catch your streams live in my morning. Hell yeah. All right. Are you guys ready for the headline story of the night? Actually, I'm going to stand up and like stretch and I'm going to stand up, stretch, maybe use the bathroom. I'll be back in a couple minutes. I just have the I got the anxious 3 a.m. jitters. So I'll be right back, and then we'll talk about Donald Trump seizing journalists that are inconvenient to the state's narrative. So, all that being said, I consider supporting the stream while I'm taking my break, but I will be RB, folks.
I live here on a Powderhorn Street, where ICE agents walk the beat. With a signing bonus, $50,000. When we saw those vicious goons steal our neighbors from their rooms, we went out into the streets and yelled and hollered. Come out, ye cowards, ICE, peel away your grim disguise. Tell your wife how you take orders from the fascists, and how the city you betray made you run like hell away from the white and snowy streets of Minneapolis. Very good. Won't you tell her how you stood in the way of Renee Good? How she tried to leave but you were too afraid of her. How she did just what you said, so you shot her in the head for the crime of standing up for her own neighbors. Come out, ye cowards, ICE! Come out, ye cowards, ICE! Peel away your grim disguise. Tell your wife how you take orders from the fascists, and how the city you betray made you run like hell away from the white and snowy streets of Minneapolis. I bet you felt so big and strong when Nurse Pretty came along, and he tried to shield a woman you were beating. 6 agents held him down, and you shot him on the ground, and stood around to watch him as he lay there bleeding. Come out, ye cowards, ICE, peel away your grim disguise. Tell your wife how you take orders from the fascists, How the city you betray made you run like hell away from the white and snowy streets of Minneapolis. Come, let us hear you tell how you serve the country well, gassing children in their schools and cars and houses, and how the nation's great distress can be solved by DHS if you repress the rage your cruelty arouses. Come out, ye cowards, ice, peel away your grim disguise. Tell your wife how you take orders from the fascists, and how the city you betray made you run like hell away from the white and snowy streets of Minneapolis. Come out, ye cowards, ice, peel away your grim disguise. Tell your wife how you take orders from the fascists, and how the city you betray made you run like hell away from the white and snowy streets of Minneapolis. From the white and snowy streets of Minneapolis. Thank you so much. My name is Ben Grosscup. Good to be with you today. Thanks for coming out.
Those who make peaceful revolution impossible will make violent revolution inevitable.
Yes, we have to deny so many claims per month to meet our shareholders' expectations.
including children, have lost their health insurance.
What's so frustrating is that politicians have spent decades saying they recognize the problem and they make promises to do something about it, and then almost nothing happens.
They say to themselves in the dark, it's only a crime if you don't wear a tie. We keep them all busy paying their fines. Hear the epiphany, light up the spark. You know what they say to themselves in the dark, it's only a crime if you don't wear a tie.
Seniors are the fastest growing segment of the homeless population.
And this is a great thing because it inspires everybody, gets the motivation to look up to the 1% and say,
now they're looking at your posts, they're looking at your anger, and they're moving to apprehend those who say something in anger.
Increasingly by choice or by accident, this is the role our nation has taken, the role of those who make peaceful revolution impossible by refusing to give up the privileges and the pleasures that come from the immense profits of overseas investments.
Howdy. Aw, hell yeah.
Clicking the money button for you, Jack.
Hannah, UK girl, thank you for the 10 pounds. Very much appreciated. Thank you so goddamn much. Let's see. I think that is roughly 3. So I think we are at 190. Actually only 10 subs away from our goal. Let's go! Big thank for the link, fam. Isn't it great? I'm a sucker for come out you black and tans. You know, I'm a real big sucker for it, and I really like that adaptation to the current situation in Minneapolis. And no, I saw someone ask, is this the song by Bruce Springsteen? No, that's not. It's not the song by Bruce Springsteen. No. But I appreciate that you thought so. Wait, T-Life, is it your birthday? Oh, okay. It's no. Your birthday was 2 days ago. Hello, Hammock. It was on the 29th. All right. Folks, you guys ready? You guys ready, Freddy, to jump in to the main event, as it were? Irish Rebel songs are good. You guys are chatters of taste. Come out, ye black and tans, come out and fight me like a man. Alright. Damn, that was a fast break. I just had to do some stretching, you know? I've been streaming so much lately that, like, my body feels decrepit. Which feels like it's weird to say, but, I have been streaming, like, over 100, like, 140 hours over the past few months, per month. So, it's been a lot. We've been sprinting over the last, little while ICE has been occupying us. It's, not great. Ooh, chocolate cheesecake, yum. That old gay massage? I do need that old gay massage, it's true. Shouldn't include people throwing tomato cans on classic paintings in this. Fuck them. Well, you do know, like, those paintings aren't exposed to air, right? Like, when you go to a museum, you can't just, like, walk up and touch the actual bare paint of, like, a 500-year-old painting. Like, that's not something that they actually let you do. So, understand that when they're showing, like, protesters throw paintings and stuff, that those paintings are under, like, multiple layers of protection to protect them exactly from that kind of thing. It is at most an inconvenience and symbolic act. Honestly, I still think it's stupid, though. I mean, it's fine. You can think it's stupid. I just, like, people seem to think, like, oh, it's ruining the priceless art, and, like, no, they're just swapping out the the frame or the glass. What does Van Gogh have to do with oil companies? Literally nothing. But what it does is get countless cameras to show what they did and to say why they did it, you know? Which is the entire point. The entire point is to get attention on their message.
In retrospect, I am so sorry for the nice agent jokes a few weeks back.
I think the nice agents were fine. I honestly, having seen how actual ICE agents are operating in the area, I would very much like if a bunch of people joined ICE to be the most incompetent dunderheads imaginable. You know, like have them blunder around and like you know, in a way that isn't like hurting people, and like do you know, buffoonery to gum up the work. The entire point is to get attention. That's why it's cringe to me. It's not organic. I mean, it is organic insofar as like they're doing it because they think that the issue is important, right? When a bunch of protesters like walk down a street and it shuts down that street, that's also not organic. The only difference is a lot of people are doing it, right? Like, obviously that's really inconvenient for the people who need or want to use that street to go home, but like protests are inconvenient. Like that, the inconvenience and non-standardness of protest is why people talk about the protest. When I get to show you guys clips of a ton of people in Chicago standing in the middle of the street dancing and like holding signs, they shut down a street. That street can't be used. That is technically very disruptive. But there's something different about that in your mind, and I don't know why, but like that's okay. It's okay to have this difference. It's okay to not like the inconvenience or to not like the method of protest, as long as you understand why they're doing it and it's not just to be self-aggrandizing dicks. um all right. Call them clavicular fans. I would never call a clavicular fan. I went to the Houston Museum of Fine Art the other day. They had several 500-year-old paintings, absolutely no glass, no barrier. You walking up to it, and other than the guards. Things like Van Gogh's, though, did have glass. Yeah, that seems like a mistake and a miscalculation on their part. I'll check it out, Banana Brains. Like, there are also some people who conduct protests by like beating the shit out of people, but like I don't know. I think doing mild property destruction is preferable to that. But you know, some people disagree with me. It's also possible, volcano geologists, that the paintings that they had on display weren't the originals. Like museums can sometimes have like recreations, and maybe they're not as protective of those. I don't know. Oh, okay. Also, apparently, many of the old paintings, I'm just looking this up. Many of the old paintings in museums have particular types of varnish put over them to protect, the paint and the canvas. And that varnish is, as a matter of course, removed and replaced by museums and like specialists at the museums and galleries. And additionally, like the environment is controlled so like the painting doesn't deteriorate. So like in cases where there is an exposed painting, it is already protected by a layer of varnish that they have a team of people there specifically already to remove and replace. So I guess that's it. Like yeah. Yeah, the varnish gets really discolored over time, so sometimes they will restore a painting and it will completely change colors. Yeah. Trump is looking so much worse. Oh, I know. Every day. Every day. I'm pleading with that platelet to like come unhinged and cause an obstruction. Every day. Oh. Inshallah. Inshallah, my brothers and sisters. All right. Let's jump into it, okay? I've been dancing around it long enough. This story makes me mad. All right, here we go. Oof. The little clot that could. A friend of mine used to do restoration of old paintings. His company specialized in restoring old like paintings that had been burned. That's so cool. I guess that makes sense, but why the painting? Well, presumably it's because people care about the painting, right? Like, if you just throw paint in the middle of the woods and no one's around, no one really gets the point of your protest. Like you have to do something noteworthy to get on the news, and it's what one easy, quick way. Now, I didn't say it was an effective method of protest. I just said like there's a reason that they do it, and like it gets them attention, and in that way, getting the attention is effective. Now, does it further their goals? That's very debatable, but like we're talking about it right now. That's the entire point. The entire point is that we now talk about what they did, and we're all aware that, like, hey, they did it because our planet is dying and we won't be able to enjoy the art anymore when the planet is dead because we'll be dead. So, like, that's part of the point, right? Like, it gets us talking about it because people feel very strongly about it, but people feel very strongly about it without knowing about the system of museum and art gallery curation that is there to protect the paintings in the first place. And what winds up happening is that people are like, well, the paintings are destroyed and ruined. And like, they're not. They're fine. They just get their varnish taken off or their glass replaced and they're fine. But like it gets them the attention and then we keep talking about it. Like the people threw that paint on a painting like 4 or 5 years ago and we're still talking about it, which is the entire point. Like the Sunrise Movement also does a lot of other types of protests. Like they took over one of the hotels in New York City where ICE is being holed up in. Like there are a lot of other ways that they're doing protests to promote like awareness that the planet is dying and whatnot. But like we aren't talking about ICE. We're not talking about how they took over a hotel and occupied it illegally in order to protest ICE. We're talking about the painting thing that they did 5 years ago. So, like, that's kind of why it's, like, effective, right? Or at least why they do it, why they think it's effective. Oh, humanity will survive environmental collapse. That's true. We will be okay. We'll just have to eat the bugs. All right. Anyway, I'm going to go back to talking about this and being worried about being taken by secret police. Cool. Let's do that. All right. So, folks, I have bad news for you. The Trump administration has begun arresting journalists that they find inconvenient. And that's not an exaggeration. Here is a video posted, I guess, very early this morning by a renowned independent journalist, Georgia Fort. And this is in the middle of the night.
Yes. Okay.
These fucking freaks.
Okay, well, this is really scary. There's kids in the house. You guys have not been really friendly in the community. And to me, this seems a little, can I finish, sir? Can I finish? Can I finish?
Get your phone.
This seems a little bit aggressive to have all these cars in our cul-de-sac, 2, 3 agents, and now I saw the one disappear to the back. So to me, this is a little aggressive to just serve a warrant. Slide the warrant. Let me see the warrant. Okay. And that, to me, what I have been told, is not a judicial warrant that has me to have to open the door for you.
Like, her kids are in the house. Like, her kids are filming this video. As, like, these absolute ghouls, like, are circling her house looking for any kind of, like, entry point that they can make use of. Yeah, literal demons. Like, there's a part in this where, like, early on, like, right at the beginning here.
Yes.
Like, you see this guy, and then peek back around, suddenly gone. They're like literal demon-possessed creatures. Absolute freaks. And so they showed up to allegedly serve a warrant. Here is another video posted by her. Georgia Fort.
Do you want to wear my black boots? You guys, I wanted to alert the public that agents are at my door right now. They're saying that they were able to go before a grand jury sometime, I guess, in the last 24 hours, and that they have a warrant for my arrest. I've talked to my attorney, and I'm being advised to go with them, I guess, down to Whipple. And my children are here. They're impacted by this. This is all stemming from the fact that I filmed a protest as a member of the media. We are supposed to have our constitutional right of the freedom to film, to be a member of the press. I don't feel like I have my First Amendment right as a member of the press. Because now federal agents are at my door arresting me for filming the church protest a few weeks ago. Again, I don't have a long time here, you guys, but I wanted you to know, for me, agents are at my door right now. My attorney has spoken with them. I did send a relative outside to talk to them. They're showing some type of documentation, apparently, that they got an indictment from a grand jury. I knew that I was on a defendant's list. I did not publish it because it was under seal. And so we've done everything that we can to try and abide by, the advice of our attorneys. But right now, you guys, I wanted you to know I'm going to have to hop off here and surrender to agents as a member of the press. I filmed the church protest a few weeks ago, and now I'm being arrested for that.
Are we back? Are we back? Oh shit. Okay, I just figured out how we restore stream. I just figured out how we, like, when there's a disconnect on YouTube, just figured out how to reconnect on YouTube. There we go. There we go. We're back. We cracked the code. I'm so sorry about that, everybody. Hello, hello, hello. We did it. Thank you. Usually in the past, I've had to go and start like an entirely new YouTube stream, which is such a pain in the ass for you guys. But yeah, we hit 3:15 in the morning, and my internet service provider decided it was time to flip the switch that resets the internet and disconnect for just long enough to disconnect the entire live stream. Y'all doing all right? Hate when they do that? Yeah. It shouldn't disconnect me all the way from the internet, but I'll have to iron that out with the ISP at some point. Folks, remember, hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, hit the like button, consider supporting the stream if you're able. Peepo on edge, yeah. All right. You guys ready to jump back into the segment? Yep, let's do it. Okay, here we go. So, Georgia Fort is, they come to her house in the dead of night. They like scare her entire family. You can hear her kids like crying and sobbing in the background as she has the presence of mind to record a video before she goes to the Whipple building and gives herself over to agents in her pajamas. Like what a queen. What a queen. And I just want to say all of this is because she was a journalist who attended a protest as a journalist, filming the protesters as they went into a church to disrupt the service in order to protest the fact that one of the pastors at the church is the ICE field director in St. Paul. And these protesters were driven by their Christian faith. That views it as incompatible for a person who professes to be a preacher in the name of Jesus Christ to also be dedicated to the mission of effectively slave catching in the modern era. And so, like, that protest went down. By the way, entirely peaceful protest. Did it disrupt things a little bit? Yes. Was any damage done? No. Was anyone hurt? No. Okay? And what is very interesting here, because obviously it's very weird and unprecedented for them to be like, well, you know, we got a grand jury to indict you over this. And well, here's what happened. Here's Attorney General Pam Bondi. At my direction early this morning, federal agents arrested Don Lemon, Traherne Jean Cruz, Georgia Fort, and Jamail Lindell Lundy in connection with the coordinated attack on City's Church in St. Paul, Minnesota. More details soon. They are describing a bunch of people being loud in a church as an attack on the church. Like, it's genuinely insane. It is genuinely insane the way they are trying to frame this. And it is worth noting, by the way, that the indictment is signed by both Pam Bondi and Deputy Attorney General Tom Blanche. Now, this is interesting for a couple reasons, but mainly because attorney generals and the deputy attorney general don't usually sign indictments. They don't usually sign stuff like this. And it's a sign that basically everyone in the DOJ refused to sign this. And it went all the way up the chain until Pam Bondi and her deputy had to sign it. Like, it is unprecedented. There are people who've worked in law for like 30, 40 years who have never seen anything like this. And keep in mind, they're alleging that Don Lemon, Traherne Jean Cruz, Georgia Fort, and Jamail Lindell Lundy are all also part of a criminal conspiracy to attack this church. Again, attack. It is absolute nonsense. And to their credit, the local press is not taking this laying down. Like, the Minnesota Star Tribune issued a statement strongly condemning it, urging for the dropping of charges. The Minnesota Reformer also condemned it, urged the dropping of charges. The Minnesota Society for Professional Journalists condemned it and urged them to drop charges. Like, it's crazy. It is crazy, crazy shit. But I want you all to look at and watch this press conference that happened afterwards, because I think it is very, very important to understand what is unfolding here.
Okay. Pardon me if this is new to me, because normally I'm on that side of the camera. But today, I and many of my colleagues are called to be on this side of the camera. And it is one of the scariest moments of my life and in my career to know that a fellow journalist, a top journalist, an award-winning journalist, a 3-time Emmy award-winning journalist, the only journalist who was in the courtroom during the Derek Chauvin trial. So she's a vetted journalist whose credentials...
Yeah, to be clear, one of Georgia Fort's big claims to fame is that she was the journalist covering the Derek Chauvin trial for the murder of George Floyd. And she is a very well-respected and award-winning journalist for her work. She knows like where kind of the law meets the road, as it were, and she followed the law doing this. So the fact that they can go after her means that they can go after anyone. The fact that they are going after Don Lemon They can go after anyone. That's what's so scary about this. They could go after me. I'm an outspoken, socialist trans woman who lives in Minneapolis and actively every day is reporting on what ICE is doing here and trying to get other folks to organize against their activities. I had to have a talk with my partner today about what happens if ICE comes to our door or police come to my door, DEA agents come to our door in order to take me, you know? And I'm basically a no one, I'm a nobody in the grand scheme of things here, but like, that's something I have to be aware of now. Like, that's something I have to be afraid of now. And it is very, very scary.
Are impeccable.
Like, I'm now not just scared, like, going outside. I'm not just scared when my partner goes to work. I'm now also scared that when I do my job here, it could bring armed agents to our home.
Is right now sitting in federal custody for doing her duty. She's in custody for doing what you all are doing right at this very moment. I want y'all to hear that. She's in custody for doing what you're doing right now. So if you think for one moment that you are protected, this is the wake-up call to let us know that these don't stop bullets, they don't stop arrest, they don't stop the death threats that we get for doing our job. These don't do a damn thing. And I need all of us to be awake to that fact that Georgia Fort, because I haven't yet said her name yet, that Georgia Fort is in federal custody for doing her job. And if we leave here with anything today, let's leave here making sure that the main thing stays the main thing. Journalism is under attack.
Yeah. Did this go off the rails yet? Are we any closer to 25th Amendment or choppy machines?
We are absolutely not closer to the 25th Amendment yet, because that requires the action of Donald Trump's cabinet. And we all know that his cabinet is, no matter what, come hell or high water, never going to invoke the 25th Amendment. His brain could literally be dribbling out his ears. They wouldn't do it. Big Rackle, thank you for the $5 super chat, though. I do appreciate that.
The First Amendment is under attack.
Yeah.
And democracy is crumbling.
Yep. Yes.
If we allow this to happen, if we don't speak up in the loudest voice, all of our so-called freedoms, our illusion of freedom goes away. So I know I didn't introduce myself when I started. My name's Harry Colbert Jr. I am the Vice President for the Center of Broadcast Journalism and Power 104.7. Georgia Fort is our...
Like, I'm sorry, this guy is literally one of the guys who is representative of broadcast journalism. Like, understand how serious this situation is. Like, and also understand that the legal challenge against Georgia Fort and against Don Lemon and against the other two people who were taken into custody is doomed to fail. Understand that. Like, there's no winning this in the courts for the Trump administration. But that's not the point. The point is to take them into custody, to drain them of their resources, to prevent them from doing their work. It is, in fact, to silence them using the state. It is to infringe on their right to speech, their right to act as journalists. It's not even just intimidation, it is active silencing by making them so busy covering and handling their legal affairs that they can no longer, do what they do. And it's to intimidate folks like me into silence, because out of fear that maybe they'll come for me, and I certainly don't have the resources to fight in the way that Don Lemon would, or even in the way that Georgia Fort would. And Georgia Fort is nowhere near as able to fight these as Don Lemon. And it's very, very scary, guys.
President of the Center of Broadcast Journalism, and she has her own entity, Black Press.
And the thing is, everyone here understands the threat that is being posed. The threat is, if we can do this to you, we can do this to anybody. Effectively, we can try and bully every single journalist in Minnesota into the dirt with the billions of dollars at the disposal of the state. It's not going to change what we do. It is going to put additional burdens on all of us, and it is very scary. Who knows what happens when they take you into custody at the Whipple building? Like, genuinely.
And Georgia Fort. With that being said, I'm first going to ask a longtime activist, a past president of the NAACP, to speak. We're going to have several members of the media that are going to come and speak to you, and then a couple of members of Georgia's family would like to make brief statements.
I just want to say, I know it's totally beside the point, but absolute icon in this snowsuit. Absolute fucking icon.
Grace and peace, everyone. Again, my name is Leslie E. Redmond, and I cannot tell you how outraged I am to be standing in this same place again. For many of us, we still here in 2020 after the murder of Brother George Floyd. We stayed here too many times to count, and we said then that it was a state of emergency. I want you all to know that the emergency is still ongoing. When you have journalists being arrested for reporting, when you have truth tellers being held captive, we are under a state of emergency. And you're gonna have to ask yourself, what are you doing right now? We talk about what we would have done if we were around when slavery was going on and the Underground Railroad. Well, this is it right now. We are under attack. Georgia's family is here. And I want to tell you all that I was talking to Sister Georgia, and she was afraid of being arrested. And I told her, they're not going to arrest journalists. They tried that with Don Lemon. It didn't work. And now Don Lemon and Georgia Fort are under arrest. We are under attack. We are being targeted, and it's not just individuals. Our democracy is under attack. Our Constitution is under attack. This is not a joke. This is not a drill. And I want for everybody that's watching across the nation to know that you are next. Minnesota is holding the line, and we can't hold it by ourselves.
This is why I keep telling you guys, we need to organize. Get organized in your local area. Join your Dems. Join your local DSA. Get to your local city council meetings. Start showing the fuck up. Because they're not going to stop here, guys. They're going to try and do this every damn place. Every damn place. And there is no one coming to save us. There's no Democrat in the, the Chuck Schumer wing of the Democratic Party who's going to do it. It's got to be us. So you got to step up, each and every one of you, wherever you're at. And what do you think about the reporting that Alex was on a list and they picked him out? It wouldn't shock me if they have kill lists. I don't think they have kill lists. I do think that they have lists. According to Ken Klippenstein, it's kind of a patchwork system of lists. But what I do think is that the most important part isn't whether or not he was on a list. The most important part was that he stood up for what was right. And they, being emblematic of everything that is wrong in our country and our government right now, saw something standing up that was good and knew instinctively that they needed to kill it. Full stop. That is what these ICE agents exist to do. They saw someone doing a good and righteous thing, and instead of backing off, they felt the instinctive need to destroy, because these people have been selected to enforce white supremacy. And when they see someone stand between them and beating a woman, they know that that is their enemy. They know that someone who is good of heart, someone who is brave, someone who's courageous and willing to stand up to them, they understand that that man is someone who is a direct threat to them being able to enact violence on the community. And they kill them for it. So I think it's less to do with any kind of list and more to do with the fact that they're all drunk on power. They all think they can do anything they fucking want and that they can get away with it. And so far, they're right. But we need to get organized, and we need to make sure that we live and bring about a future where they are no longer right and they are in fact wrong and held to account for every single fucking sin they enact upon our communities. Every single journalist they take, every single life they take, every single thing that they take from us, they must repay it back tenfold.
This is not a black people or white people or religion or age or any of these things. We are fighting for human rights. We are fighting for our humanity and our democracy, and nobody fought harder for that than Georgia. She is the ultimate professional. She is so intentional, but we saw after Alex was killed on Saturday, journalists were being tear gassed. King Demetrius, who's going to speak to you, has a boot on right now. They are not paying attention to passes, badges, and they're not paying attention to our democracy and our Constitution. And I want to tell y'all, we have to stand for something or fall for anything. This is a state of emergency, and I'm wondering where our leadership is. Where is Governor Walz? Where is Mayor Fry? Where are all of our representatives? And if you want to run for office and you're not standing with community, you don't have a shot. I am sick and tired of being sick and tired. I'm tired of standing up here. And Georgia is a wife. She is a mother. She's a business owner. She's a journalist. She should not be in jail right now. And everybody should be outraged about that. This does not make any sense. This is real trauma. This is not a joke. Trump, this is not a show. This is not a game. This is people's real life. And I want everybody, the world is watching Minnesota once again. Once again, we're under the microscope because we're not being protected and we can't get it right. And it's not on the community.
Don't mean to be picky, but it was Border Patrol. They are functionally the same. Like, I understand that there is a difference between where Border Patrol and where ICE can operate and what they can do on paper, but functionally on the ground here in Minnesota, there is no difference between ICE or CBP. Like, there's like, the differences have been blurred to the point of it being immaterial which organization you are part of. They're both doing the same shit. And they're both here to do the same shit.
And nothing's burnt to the ground. Y'all always making excuses. Y'all want to act like this is us against them. No, we're under attack. And the people have not even begun to fight back. We can't even record. We can't even stand. We can't even live. People can't leave their houses.
ICE just grabbed journalists. Well, technically it was the DEA under Pam Bondi.
People are losing their jobs. People are afraid.
Like, the thing is, right? Like, when protesters are going, ICE out, ICE out, ICE out, right? They're not saying ICE out, and they mean, oh, well, but Customs and Border Patrol can stay. No. When we're saying ICE out, we're not just saying, like, when we have this sign up, we're not just meaning, oh, we only want ICE gone, but CBP, you can stay. You're doing good work, baby girl. You keep doing what you're doing. Like, no. It's a catch-all. Border Patrol shouldn't be on Minneapolis streets. They're supposed to be at the border. Except that Border Patrol also operates within 100 miles of any international airport. So, we have an international airport here. And also, the Great Lakes count as, 100 miles from any edge of the Great Lake. Lake Superior. So, like, it is, again, functionally within their purview, and functionally almost everywhere within the United States that CBP can operate. And again, within those zones of operation, they're functionally no different than ICE right now.
And Georgia had the courage to record it. And now she's arrested. Where is our constitutional rights? We are under attack, and you all better wake up before it's too late to wake up. It's not a joke. It's not a drill. When journalists are getting arrested, you all better be afraid.
Yep.
This is a state of emergency. And not the same one from 2020. This is a different state of emergency. This is like any of us could get taken at any moment.
Yeah, it's not a great feeling to be walking around the city right now as somebody whose primary job is talking about the news and politics. As a socialist trans woman, I feel extremely unsafe and vulnerable. It's super not cool.
They're coming for all of us. Anybody who...
That's not to say that I'm going to stop doing what I'm doing. I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing. Because fuck ICE, fuck Customs and Border Patrol, and fuck Kristi Noem and fuck Stephen Miller. I'll keep doing this till they show up at my door. Then I'll keep doing it after that. But, like, I'm not going to lie and say it's not worrisome and not scary. It is extremely worrisome and extremely scary.
Has the courage to stand up and speak out. And to my believers, where is the faith community at? You all let Nakima and Chantel and William and all these people put their lives on the line, saying the hypocrisy of a pastor also being the head of ICE in St. Paul. If Jesus was here, he would be flipping tables, so why aren't y'all? This is a different day. This is a different state of emergency. And
I love her. I listened to this earlier today. She's 100% correct.
HWITENESS for a moment more.
Thank you very much for supporting the show, Eddie666. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Y'all, you guys make this show possible. Couldn't do it without your support. Thank you all so much. Genuinely, thank you.
None of us are safe. Journalists, none of y'all are safe. White people, black people, indigenous, Asian, nobody is safe. Georgia,
because they're just snatching folks. Like, I keep saying this, and I don't think like the white folks outside of Minnesota understand that they're just taking people. Like, it doesn't matter. You don't have to give them a reason. They're just taking you. Hold up, the pastor is in ICE. Yeah, one of the pastors for the church that Don Lemon and Georgia Fort were recording the protest that was directed towards this church. And that church has a pastor that is the ICE field director in St. Paul. So literally someone who is both the pastor, a pastor at this church, and who on their off time is, directing operations to disappear members of the community. It is disgusting.
Georgia Fort, of all people, I would have never thought Georgia Fort would be arrested right now. She has kids, she has a husband, she has a family. This is not a drill or a joke. I'm gonna ask Georgia's daughter to introduce herself, and this her husband, and just say a couple words.
Hello, my name is Zaraya Hammonds, and I'm sorry if I stutter or if I say anything too fast. This is my first time ever doing anything like this. Georgia Fort is my mom, and we are here to call for her immediate release. My mom has been a documenter and a member of the press for as long as I can remember.
Aren't there laws against this? I don't know, genuinely. Yeah, there are laws called the strongest laws in our country, called the United States Constitution, which guarantees freedom of speech and specifically covers journalism as one of the sacrosanct uses of speech. And the Trump administration is just rounding up journalists that they personally have beef with for, essentially criminalizing their journalism coverage. It is extremely illegal to do what they're doing, but the issue is, and what the Trump administration has realized, is that there's no penalty for them breaking their own law. There's no penalty for the federal government, really, to break their law. Right? Like, if it is found that they broke the law, all they have to do is release the people they arrested or drop the charges and then go about their merry way. There's no one is left to like pay a fine out of their own pocket. No one is fired from their jobs. No one is punished in any real way that matters to any of the people involved. Maybe embarrassed, maybe professionally decline in standing, but like, yeah. Oh, laws against an ICE pastor? No. No laws. At least no laws of the land here. I would argue it violates every kind of every kind of moral and ethical law that I'm aware of, but no written law in this country.
Being alive for 17 years. My mom is being arrested for documenting what happened at City Church. And this is wrong. This goes against her First Amendment right as a journalist, and it's being challenged today. She is not a protester. She is not an activist. She is a mom working to provide for her children through the only way she knows how. Documenting and sharing stories of the community and truth of what's happening here every day in our state. This moment of history just doesn't affect me. It also affects my little sisters who had to wake up and comprehend at the ages of 7 and 8 why their mom had to be arrested today. My 7 and 8-year-old sister woke up today without a mom. My father woke up today without his wife. I'm demanding that my mom gets released. The separation of families will never be right. Thank you. God bless you.
Oh, I apologize. I just want to, I'm going to keep it brief and short. I'm Ceriso Fort. I'm the husband of Georgia Fort. I'm going to keep it, like I said, brief and short. I really want to thank you all for coming out. And I want y'all to have courage and continue doing what y'all doing, because I watch Georgia. I support her. Behind the scenes, a lot of stuff I'm there, I'm watching, I'm supporting her. But yeah, I mean, like I said, I don't understand what can go down to the point where, you gotta arrest a journalist for doing their job. She's just doing her.
Like, I feel so bad for her family. Like, her kid is like breaking down. Like, her husband is clearly like worried, like out of his mind, like justifiably. Like, I can't imagine being in their shoes. It's terrifying anytime someone disappears into the Whipple building, but like, especially when we're talking uncharted territory, like taking journalists. Oh my God.
her work. She not harming nobody, not hurting nobody. I mean, I know some individuals that hurt people that, you know, I don't understand that. You know, when it's that way, I understand, right? When there's she's not harming no one. So I really, it hurt.
If you feel bad for the traumatized children in the church that day who saw people yelling, that's understandable. I feel bad for them too. I feel a lot worse for the children who have been ripped out of their parents' arms by ICE agents under the direction of the pastor of that church, though. I feel a lot worse about that aspect. You know?
You know what I'm saying? As I'm pulling off to take my 7 to 8 year old, my daughter, we driving, I'm getting stopped, 10 cars, come. I didn't want them to see this. They were asleep earlier. Now they got to see this. Oh man, that wasn't cool. You know, so it's like understanding that what we up against right now is really affecting the human rights and us as people. We got to stand strong. We got to continue to stay prayed up right now in this time era. Right now, what we're dealing with, we got to stay prayed up. And I want to, like I said once again, man, thank you all for coming out, and thank you all that's out there that's supportive of what we're doing. Thank you.
God bless you, brother. God bless you.
Okay, the next person that I want to bring is the current president of the National Association of Black Journalists, Minnesota, Cherie Curry.
Yeah.
I do have to say, I know that they must have thrown this together in very short order, but the lineup of people that they got together to speak out against this heinous overreach by the federal government is, I think, like, necessary viewing. And I'm going to link this here, actually, for all of you to share around on your various social feeds, with your friends, your family, etc. Because I think that this is kind of essential viewing. If you are looking to understand what is happening here in Minnesota, what is happening here that is emblematic of what is happening in the rotting heart of our country, this is necessary viewing. And they got a bunch of people who can articulate that very well.
Also, yeah, thank you all for coming out. Cherie Curry, S-H-E-R-E-E, Curry, C-U-R-R-Y. I am co-president of the National Association of Black Journalists Minnesota chapter, and Georgia Ford is one of our vice presidents of this chapter, and we demand the immediate release of her and for all charges to be dropped. She, as Harry had said earlier, she is an award-winning journalist. She has covered demonstrations throughout her career, including the protests that erupted after the murder of George Floyd. The First Amendment protects the press and enables journalists to be able to do their jobs, to be able to collect, publish, and disseminate information that is important for all of our readers, our listeners, our viewers to understand what's going on. And Georgia was doing her job. She had boots on the ground. It is very important that people like her, independent journalists especially, be protected. They do not have the same type of backing as an independent journalist as someone would who works for a media outlet. So we are outraged for this and for her family. And I hope all of you will feel the same, who hears what happens to her, and know that if it is about attacking a journalist, it is attacking all of us.
So what are they being charged with? A grand jury indicted Don Lemon and Georgia Fort, as well as two others, one of whom I believe is running for city council. I need to double check that, but in Minneapolis. But basically, they're alleging that there was a conspiracy to interfere with the First Amendment rights of the worshipers in the church, and that these four journalists were instrumental in that conspiracy. So that's their argument. And I'm guessing that conspiracy charges are being brought because then you don't have to prove or even attempt to prove that the person who you are saying was in on the conspiracy did anything themselves, they can say, well, other people who were there did these things, and because you were in on the conspiracy, you are partially responsible for what they did. But interestingly, none of these other protesters that were there are getting charged. And it's just very transparently clear that, like, this is just to go after Don Lemon and Georgia Fort. And, like, it's transparently disgusting. They're throwing them under the bus. I mean, they're kind of, but, like, it's less throwing them under the bus. Like, that, I feel like throwing someone under the bus is like taking an ally who's not expecting it and throwing them under a bus. Whereas this is just attacking them. Like, this is just, you're driving a bus and trying to drive the bus into them. You know? Does that make sense as a distinction? Yeah.
Citizens, thank you.
Elisa? And I apologize because I'm going to mispronounce your last name. All right.
My name is Elisa Kuznetsov, Aleesakuz, N as in Nancy, E, T as in Tom, S-O, V as in Victor. I am the president-elect of the Minnesota Society of Professional Journalists. Our president couldn't be here today. The Minnesota Society of Professional Journalists strongly condemns the wrongful arrests of journalists Georgia Fort and Don Lemon for reporting on a church protest in St. Paul. Georgia Fort, as many have already said, is an Emmy Award-winning journalist who has paved the way for independent journalism here in Minnesota. As a founder of Black Press and the Center for Broadcast Journalism, and a former member of our board, Georgia is a pillar of our Minnesota journalism community. She has a passion for making the profession more accessible and has mentored and trained countless young journalists. We are alarmed by the escalating actions by the Trump administration that attack freedom of the press. Journalists not only have the right, but the responsibility to observe and report events in the public interest. It is not illegal to document a protest against the federal government. The fact that the protest took place in a church does not negate journalists' First Amendment right to report. The effort to punish independent reporting is an effort to weaken democracy. If Georgia and Don's cases proceed, it would seriously...
They charged the organizers. My understanding was that, much like the charge that was against Don Lemon initially, a magistrate judge rejected the charges against Don Lemon initially, and also blocked charges for 2 other protesters. Or, 2 protesters, and then Don Lemon, a journalist, also had his charges blocked. So I'm not sure, it's not, I watched that protest. There were a lot of people who participated, and so far, I know one woman, a reverend, was charged, but I don't know if that charge has been dropped. I don't know how that process is unfolding yet. Yeah, it's really, really messy. All I'm saying is they probably know who participated in this, but they haven't been able to leverage any of charges against the participants. They're obviously trying to charge, like, the people who organized it and the journalists, but they're going to run into some pretty big legal problems doing both those things. There's just not a whole lot to go on here.
Undermine both the freedom of the press and the rule of law. We urge the federal government...
Oh yeah, Putin arrests and murders journalists, which is why this is extremely scary. Because once they're in federal custody, we know that the federal government and ICE agents have killed, or CBP agents have killed people in their custody. In fact, there was recently, as last week, like a medical examiner ruled that a death in a detainment facility was a homicide by the people detaining these folks. Like, people have been dying at astonishing rates in ICE custody, and it's a really dangerous time right now.
to remember the importance of the First Amendment. The Minnesota Society of Professional Journalists has recorded several acts of violence against journalists from federal law enforcement in the last month. The failure to stop these acts sets a dangerous precedent for censoring the truth. The Minnesota Society...
Well, Putin pivoted from killing journalists to, killing 1.2 million, or killing or maiming 1.2 million of Russia's youth, So he decided to go big, I guess.
Professional journalists will continue its commitment to protect press freedom and advocate for any journalists in our state who experience a First Amendment violation. Thank you, and we'll have a full statement posted on our website, mnspj.org, later today.
Thank you. We're going to hear from our current Minneapolis NAACP president.
Good morning. My name is Cynthia Wilson, the current president of the Minneapolis NAACP. And you've heard already what's been said. We definitely stand in solidarity with our journalist, and specifically Georgia Fort, as she has been an integral part of providing the news for the Black community. Mm-hmm. That being said, I also want to say that what you're seeing now and what we're experiencing is a pivot away from what's happening with our democracy. And if we allow this to happen now, this is not a Republican, this is not a Democratic, this is not a black or white, as you already heard. This is a humanity issue. And what we're experiencing, you all, and you have to recognize it, even for the most people who are not even, brilliant or can't see clearly, this is blatant as it gets. Mm-hmm. Number 47 is out to be a dictator. Mm-hmm. Yes. And he is looking to take away all of our rights. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Everyone who voted him in, he's voting you out. Mm-hmm. So what I would say, we have another election coming up. Mm-hmm. We need to prepare to vote, mm-hmm. to get our voices heard, and to make sure that we're doing what's necessary to make sure our democracy stays a democracy and not a dictatorship. Mm-hmm.
Hell yeah. We need to get fucking organized, guys. This is what I keep saying over and over and over again every night. We have to get organized. Because if you think that this is going to stay in Minnesota, if you think this is going to stay in Minneapolis, that they aren't going to come after journalists elsewhere, you're wrong. This is going to spread like a cancer across the entire country if we don't stop it here. And we're going to try and hold it as long as we can. But we might not be able to hold it here. You guys got to get organized in your cities, your towns, wherever you go, wherever you are, you got to get organized. If you need help doing that, join our Discord, reach out to Gamergy for help joining your local DSA, reach out to Dragonfly for help joining your local Dems. We need to get organized, folks. It is vitally important that we start showing up at meetings, that we start showing up at town halls, that we start showing up at our city council meetings and our school board meetings. It is important that we start showing up and building these bonds of commonality between us so that we can show up and defend each other when these absolute ghouls from the federal government show up in our homes and try to take our people and our neighbors. It is vital self-defense to get organized now. Okay? One of the reasons we are able to hold up so well here in Minneapolis and in Minnesota broadly is because we have already done a lot of this organizing work. A lot of folks got involved after George Floyd. But you know what? Not everywhere got that organized. Not everyone did that. Y'all, you need to start stepping up wherever you are. Because if they're not here yet, they're gonna be. So please, I'm begging you guys, for the sake of your personal safety, for the sake of your neighbor's safety, for the sake of our democracy, get organized. There's more of us than there are of them. Get organized.
That being said, we're standing in support of Georgia Fort, and we're asking that she be released immediately. And at that point, I'll turn it back over to the hands. Thank you.
We've been talking about journalists being on the front line, and we see right now what's happening with Georgia, who's in federal custody. I got to say that one more time, because while we're here not in custody, she's over there in custody. But you all, many of you, know exactly what we're talking about because you experienced it. But I have someone here who is wearing a boot on his foot because he was shot by federal agents while doing his job as a journalist. So with that being said, I'm going to ask King Demetrius to come speak.
What's up? Appreciate y'all. I just want to let you all know how touched and moved I am by Georgia Ford and how she has always spoke power to truth. And like everyone said, she is an award-winning journalist.
Can I just say, I really appreciate his beanie. The fuckery continues. Dude's keeping it real.
That's it right there. She has family. She has children who had to watch something as tomfoolery of this happening. Coming to her home in the broad daylight and trying to make like she is a criminal, like she did something that was totally off the Richter scale. Obama couldn't have did any of this, just so we clear. He wore a tan suit and America lost their damn mind. Journalists is being attacked on a day-to-day basis. We've seen Trump with his sycophants, individuals who are basically discriminating on anybody. When you're seeing people being dragged, especially women, being dragged, being tear gassed, being pepper sprayed. When you're seeing a person discharging his firearm and saying, this is a B, right? After he kills her, shoots her in her face. When you see an individual kicks a tail light, then several days later get gunned down, and there's no outrage, but yet you go back and the January 6th thing that happened, you didn't have no energy for them, but peaceful protesters who went into a church and called a spade for what a spade was, you put the immediate force on them.
Wow. And
you put the immediate force.
And the journalists who documented the incident.
The journalists who documented the incident that occurred and was doing their job, you immediately went after them. Georgia Ford indicated to 300,000 black women has lost their job. Now it's over 500,000 black women has lost their job since the administration has been in the White House. I want you all to understand something and understand something now. Our children will not forget your name. These ICE agents who are doing this here and all these other individuals who's making preposterous statements, we see you. We see the individuals who's being real quiet. We see you. But trust and believe me, we serve a higher power that looks high, sits high and looks low. Trust me, they will not get away with this. The shooting me in my foot, I'm just grateful that I still have my foot. Some people been shot in their eyes is out, their foot, they having trauma. Just think about what's gonna happen to our children. Our children is watching this. Who's gonna help us with our trauma? I would say the words of what Sonia Massey say, I rebuke you in the name of Jesus.
Hallelujah.
That dude was spitting. That dude absolutely nailed that. We're gonna remember your names, motherfuckers. We're gonna remember your goddamn names. And if we don't have your names, we're gonna remember your faces. And if we don't have your faces, we're gonna remember your eyes. We're going to figure out who was here and who did what. And when all is said and done, we will hold each and every one of these absolute monsters to account for what they did. To stand by every single thing they did when they thought they were so big they were beyond the law.
And now we're going to have representatives from AAJA.
Hi, I'm Alex Chip, and I'm the president of our local Asian American Journalists Association chapter. And
hello, I'm Deanna Pistono, and I am the secretary of AAJA Minnesota.
We just want to say that AAJA stands with other news organizations here today and calls for the immediate release of Georgia Fort and the dropping of charges against her. We are observers and documenters of what goes on in our communities, including the exercise of the right to assemble and protest. The Constitution...
what he was referring to when he said, hundreds of thousands of Black women are gone from the workforce, probably something like this. No friends in the pipeline, why 300,000 Black women were pushed out of the workforce. This is from August of last year. Yeah, 300,000 Black women have exited the American labor force in the last 3 months. And federal job cuts, dismantling of DEI programs, and basically also just systemic isolation from support networks that would typically support white folks, white women, etc. That exclusion means that these changes hit Black working women way more. Yeah, it was from the Doge anti-DEI push. Yeah.
Says Congress shall make no law abridging the freedom of speech or of the press or the right of people to assemble peaceably. The spirit of the Constitution, the same fundamental document that people bring up in a multitude of political discussions, is not upheld when journalists are arrested for observing and covering protests. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you both.
We're going to hear from a couple other people. Brother Jelani from CARE, Minnesota.
Jailani Hussein, Executive Director of the Council on American-Islamic Relations. First and foremost, I want to take an opportunity just to tell the family in Georgia Fort that your mom is an amazing person.
Yes.
Not only that, the fact of the matter, we just spent the day with her yesterday. She was covering the press conferences and all of the different things that were happening. And that's who Georgia Fort is. And what they did today is they inched her name to the unerasable history books for generations to know your mom because of her bravery and because of her standing up for her community. America, wake up. Truth is under attack. Our Constitution is under attack. And Minnesota is the front lines to defend democracy.
Yeah, it is.
They will not be able to arrest all of us.
Come on.
Because in this moment, this is a trap for them. They thought that we would be soft, but we are not. The attack on the press, the attack on peaceful protesters must end.
Yep.
And right now, as many of you probably have learned, not only is Don Lemon arrested, Georgia Fort is arrested, but also 2 other civil rights leaders in Minnesota arrested, Jamel Lundy and Troy Heron Cruz. 2 people that Minnesota knows. And many of you know who have stood up tall for their community. And today they are being targeted for standing up for their community. Shame on America and shame on the Trump administration.
Shame.
But this is something that is interesting to say to all of you, is that they started out by targeting my community, the Somali American community. They didn't stop there. They took Renee and Alex Preddy. It didn't stop there. They went and targeted our civil rights leaders, Nakima Levy Armstrong and Chantel Allen. It didn't stop there. They went for our journalists, Georgia Fort and Don Lemons. And I want you to know something, America. It has always been the Black community in this country that has stood tall and have paid the highest price for all Americans. For all Americans. And in this moment is 2 Black journalists who are taking it for all the journalists in America. I have a message for the journalists in this country. Stop pandering to this administration. Stop giving them the voice that they don't need.
Hell yeah.
You have allowed them to create headlines that are false and lies. They are lying to the American public about everything that is happening. And you have allowed for them to get away with lies every single day. It is time to stand up. If you didn't stand up for the Somali American community or our civil rights leaders, you should stand up for your colleagues in journalism. In this moment right now, we are demanding justice, a swift justice. And I call upon the judges and the people in the courts of America. They are coming for you next. Yeah. It is stand for you to uphold the law and the Constitution of the United States of America. This moment will pass, and we will be better for it. We're in the fight. We're not leaving the fight. And I'm going to let you know we are winning, because what they did to Georgia Fort will not stand in any American court system or to Don Lemon's. So I ask every single one of you in this moment, be outraged, but be organized. And we are expecting people to show up here at 12 o'clock or 1 o'clock to stand up for our brothers and sisters right now who are being detained unjustly, all because they stood up for us, but most importantly, they stood up for the Constitution of the United States. Today's a dark day in American history, but tomorrow we will define what that history will be by Americans standing up for journalism in this country. For far too long, many of you have been kicked out of the White House. You have allowed for that to happen, the lies to come out. But I'll tell you something about Minnesota. God chose us to carry the burden of America and to fight for justice. And it's not by accident that they took Georgia Fort, because she's an amazing journalist. Not only did she care deeply about her community, but she went to become an independent journalist, award-winning. And she is one of those people that many of you will learn about her. She's passionate, she cares deeply about this community, and I have seen her work every single day. We're proud of you, Georgia. We're proud of her family. We're proud of Don Lemon. We're proud of all the people that they are arresting, because all they're doing is inching their names into the books of history for many to remember the courage that Georgia had, the courage that Don Lemon had, the courage that Nakima had, and Chantel and Jamel and Terry Hearns. And we say to all of them, we will fight for your justice by any means necessary.
Okay, I'm going to bring up Professor Dr.
Like, I'm sorry, this entire press conference that they threw together in a matter of hours is just straight food for my soul. Like, this is, it's like a breath of fresh air to cut through all the bullshit we're inundated with every day. It is food for my soul.
Uhuru Williams, Brother Williams.
Thank you. Uhuru Williams here for Scholars for Justice. My friends, we're here today because something fundamental is at stake. And I want to be very clear about what this moment represents. In a democracy, the press is not a nuisance. It is not an inconvenience. It is not an adversary to be neutralized. The press is a constitutional safeguard, a guardrail, the fourth estate. It is one of the few institutions explicitly protected in the First Amendment, named alongside speech, religion, and assembly, because the founders understood something essential. Power left unexamined becomes power abused. As a historian, I can say without hesitation that when governments begin to treat journalists as threats rather than witnesses, we are entering dangerous territory. In moments of crisis, whether during the Red Scare, the Civil Rights Movement, or the protests against the Vietnam War, authorities have too often responded not with transparency, but with suppression. They have labeled dissent dangerous, they have framed security as subversion, and they have sought to control the narrative rather than confront the truth. History does not look kindly on those moments. In fact, my friends, the pursuit of truth is not a crime, bearing witness is not incitement, asking questions is not obstruction. It is the work of an independent press. It is the foundation of democracy. It is the bedrock of the principles that animate our democratic republic. And when they crumble, we all are in jeopardy. And I want to be clear, my friends, If an independent journalist can be detained for doing their job without clear and compelling evidence of wrongdoing, then we're not simply talking about one case, we're talking about precedent. And precedent is how erosion happens. It does not happen all at once. It happens incrementally. First, it's the independent journalist. Then it's the credential reporter. Then it's the protester. Then it's the citizen with the camera phone. And before long, the line between public safety and suppression becomes blurred. We will not normalize injustice in this community because that would mean that we would be complicit in the erosion and destruction of our democracy.
Come on.
Because see, my friends, democracy depends on friction. It depends on challenge. It depends on individuals willing to question authority and institutions willing to withstand that questioning. That's the enterprise. That's what George's work represented in this community. And when the state, in this case the federal government, uses its power to detain a journalist engaged in lawful reporting, it sends a chilling message not just to that individual, but to every reporter, to every scholar, to every witness, to every citizen, that we are no longer a democracy. My friends, they want to send a message to us that silence is safer. But silence has never been safer. Silence has only made injustice more durable. We cannot allow malicious or overboard prosecution, whether by intent or effect, to become the tool through which scrutiny is discouraged. The Constitution does not protect comfortable speech. It protects contested speech. It protects inconvenient speech. It protects the kind of inquiry that unsettles power. That was George's work.
And I want to say, I see the comments, and I have made this point earlier that I see your comment, Granny the Hun. I think any judge worth their salt would instantly throw this crap out on its head, which is true, right? Like, that is a true statement. The issue is the administration isn't doing this to actually convict them. The administration is doing this and sending armed agents to their house and abducting them and spiriting them away to a known place of torture and abuse in order to intimidate them. Oh, girly girl, shut the fuck up. Every time you come in here, you're like, there's no hope. Shut the fuck up. The journalists in this community who have been arrested by federal agents at gunpoint in front of their whole family are still having the will to fight. They still believe there's hope. You cannot give up hope. Stop it. Stop it. Do not give in to exactly what this administration is trying to get you to do. Stop it. Like, you can acknowledge it's scary and worrisome, absolutely, but stop saying there's no hope. Like, goddamn. People have overcome so much more oppression than we are under right now. Like, I'm sorry, if you're like an impoverished African-American sharecropping family in the Deep South, under Jim Crow, guess what? Those communities didn't lose hope. They continued to organize, and they prevailed. I come from a family of like potato farmers and like poor as dirt preachers. Like, the idea that we're all hopeless right now, that we are powerless, that is exactly what they want us to believe. The idea that our voices, our bones, our muscle, our actions are pointless, that is propaganda from this administration to your ears, and you've put it in your heart, and you believe it to be true. You heard the voice of Donald Trump tell you that it's hopeless and you believed him. Stop it. That man is a goddamn liar in every aspect of his life. His administration is full of liars. Do not do this. Like, I fucking live here in Minneapolis. I live in the same city where Georgia Fort was taken today. I'm scared. I'm still doing my job. It's the least I can do. And like, my partner is not white. Every time she goes out to work, I get scared. But we don't just give up and die because it's not hopeless. Stop it. Like, when I see, like, I gotta be honest, when I see people say it's hopeless, I see them spitting on all of the effort and work that I see people in this city, in this state, putting in every goddamn day. You spit on every single one of these people who showed up to speak out and warn the country about what is happening here because it is specifically not hopeless. I'm so angry all the time at what is happening right now, but I'm especially angry at people who give up and who are not just content to give up themselves, but who come in to other communities and try to get other people to give up with them. You are actively doing the work of the administration. Stop it.
That's King Demetrius's work.
Yes.
That's your work.
Yes.
If we allow the detention of journalists to become normalized, we risk hollowing out one of the core pillars of democratic accountability. And once hollowed out, institutions do not easily recover. Let me conclude by saying today that a free press is not a luxury. It is not ornamental. It is essential to the infrastructure for democracy. If we care about truth, we must protect those who pursue it. If we care about justice, we must ensure that prosecution is never weaponized to silence scrutiny.
Yes.
And if we care about the future of this democracy, we must be vigilant in defending the freedoms that sustain it, even and especially when they're tested. This is a test. Georgia Fort and Minnesota are the canary in the coal mine. We intend that they'll become the phoenix that rises not from the ashes, but from the bloom of resistance. Thank you.
If these people can manage to have hope, so can you.
We're here for 2 more people, and then we'll open it up for any questions that we have.
My name is Rod Adams. I'm the executive director of the New Justice Project Minnesota, and also a fellow Bush Fellow and New Sons Fellow and friend of Georgia Fort. The thing I want to say is, George Floyd, and also in this moment with the ICE occupation, thousands of media outlets descend upon Minneapolis. But before in between those times, who told our stories? Georgia.
Yes. Yes.
Who told the stories that no one else wanted to tell about black people?
Georgia.
Who told the stories that no one wanted to hear? Georgia. Because the truth is real, and Georgia is a truth teller.
Yes, she is.
And I'll say now, you can lock up a truth teller, but you can't lock up the truth. America has a problem. The first sign of a crumbling democracy is attack on free speech. The First Amendment is not only the reason folks can speak out freely, but it's the reason why I am a free person today. The First Amendment allowed people to protest slavery. The First Amendment allowed unions to form and to fight for the protections that we have today. Without the First Amendment, what are we? This country is supposed to be built on freedom and democracy. But I look around and I want to ask you, where is this freedom you speak of?
Yeah.
Where is this democracy you speak of? And if it does exist, who does it exist for? Georgia is a hero.
Come on.
Yes. Georgia, from community events to the midst of tear gas and flashbangs and rubber bullets flying around, Georgia was there. Yeah. When no one else paid attention to Black Minnesota, Georgia paid attention. Yeah. So we're gonna stand up for Black press and we're gonna stand up for Black women.
That's right.
We find ourselves at the edge. And the only way in which we can push ourselves back is if people stand up. So if you're Republican, if you're Democrat, if you're Black, if you're white, if you're Asian, if you're Christian, if you're Muslim, this is the time in which we have to stand up against this federal administration that has made clear to us it does not care about our constitutional rights, it does not care about the Constitution, and it does not care about the future of working people, it does not care about the future of the free press in this country. Come on. So the question remains, which side are you on? The question remains, how far will you go to protect the freedoms that you have been gifted, that my ancestors died for in this country?
Which side are you on?
If it starts with Georgia, next is you. If it starts with Don Lemon, next is you.
Which side are you on?
Our freedoms are not inherent. They were fought for. Yes. Blood spilled on this ground for our freedoms.
Which side are you on?
So if we allow this to happen, who are we as a people? Who are we as a country? And to say that you believe in the American dream, if you're a Republican, Democrat, etc., and you do not stand up for Georgia Fort and the folks who are arrested today, I cannot believe you and no one should. Yes. To give voice to the voiceless is the work of Georgia Fort. Come on. Right. And until they are freed, this group of people and thousands more who you'll see later will be standing on the front line. Release Georgia Fort. Yeah. Thank you.
God, what an incredible lineup of speakers here. When did this conference happen? This happened, I think like 11 a.m. today. Maybe like noon today, somewhere in there. Incredible work by the community. Just incredible work.
Okay, we've got one more person who's going to speak. We're going to take questions, but in addition to...
I'm going to link this one more time, folks, just so you can share it around again. You know, credit to Care 11 here for actually having a camera out to record all of this. I want to make sure this gets as much traction as possible here.
Free Georgia Fort. What we also are saying is we don't need her being charged at all. Yeah. Get her out right now, but we're saying that these charges need to be dropped. They are fallacious, and this is absolutely, I'm gonna call it what it is. TV, if y'all live, y'all live. This is some bullshit.
That part.
And real quick, before that last speaker come up, for anybody that's watching right now, I want you all to know that your silence is not going to keep you safe, right? It's not a coincidence that we're marking the 1 year since the Target boycott and when corporations started to abandon the Black community, right? After they stood firm in 2020. Me and Georgia had conversations about this, of how they've abandoned media, how they abandoned community. And we have to pose a question, where are the corporations? Where are the faith leaders? Where are the leaders, right? Even when it comes to music, I see people like Nicki Minaj pandering and playing with Trump. It's not a joke. You all are leading to the prosecution of journalists like Georgia Fort, like journalists like Don Lemon, and activists all over the world. And so if any of you are in support of these people, you have relationships with these people, call these people. Where is the church at to say this is not what we stand for, and you're not doing this in the name of God, and you're not doing this in the name of faith, right? Free Georgia Fort immediately.
Hi, everyone.
I just want to say, like, she's right. It's time to get organized. Now is the time. It is a call to not be silent. It is a call to get organized. Our hope is in organizing. Our hope is not in any one person. It's not in any one leader. It is in organizing in community with one another. Our hope is our community. But it requires us to step up and become a part of it. It requires us to step up and do our part to organize. So join your local Dems, join your local DSA. If you need help doing it, we have folks in our community who can help you do that. Reach out to Gamergy for help with DSA. Reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems. Let's get organized in every corner of this country yesterday. Let's do it.
The editor at the Minnesota Spokesman Recorder located in South Minneapolis. But before then, I worked with Black Press, and then I worked with the Center for Broadcast Journalism. Georgia was the reason and is the reason why I'm doing the work today. She paved the way for me. I worked directly with her. I was the first person that was hired by her. She saw something in me, and I saw something in her because she was the only person on the ground, in my opinion, when the uprising was happening. And I told her I'd write for her for free. And so we were on the ground together, and she was like, hey, you know, I'm just starting this company, but do you want to write for me part-time? And then that became full-time. I've worked on branding with Georgia. I've sat with her on many meetings, and I just refuse to allow any narrative to be painted about her that isn't positive, that isn't reflective of who she is. She is a leader. She's a truth teller. She's the most consistent person I know. She's very consistent since I first met her to today, and her goal has always been illuminating what needs to be illuminated, illuminating the truth, and standing by that, even if it means putting her in the position that she currently is today. Her value.
One-eyed atheist, I will say that there is a very large faith community here who has been doing excellent work on the ground, who have been putting themselves on the front lines to protest what this administration is doing with ICE, with what they are doing all across this state. They have been turning up to do sit-in boycotts at the Target headquarters, and in the hundreds. They have been turning up and getting arrested at the international airport here.
All the darkness in the world cannot extinguish the light of a single candle. So be the candle. They can't put us all out.
They've been turning up and like getting shot at by cops on the front lines. Like they have been turning up. And it is not it's not enough either. Like there are a lot of churches in the area that are silent, but there is a large coalition of organized faith leaders. I forget what their organization is called, but they've been showing up, and it's been a good presence at protests. And Sorry You're Blue, thank you for the $5 super chat. Very much appreciated.
Is courage, and so I'm following in her footsteps, even though this is not my lane right here, standing right here. But I think it's really important for us all to come together. I also think it's important that you really decide if your constitutional rights are worth putting your life on the line for, because that's the position that we're put in today. Georgia's amazing. I love her, and I know that her.
There are as somebody who grew up here in the faith, I can tell you there are a lot of bad churches around here too. But specifically in the Twin Cities area, there's a really large interfaith coalition of a wide variety of different faiths that work together on progressive social issues, and generally are pretty good on a lot of things.
Her rewards will come back and overcome this, because she's done nothing but fulfill her duties as a journalist, and as an amazing journalist at that. So I just wanted to come here and say that Georgia needs to be released, not for any other reason other than she just did her job, and she did it pretty damn well.
Yes, right. She did.
That the reason that was our last speaker is because that's Georgia's legacy. That's her legacy. When we talk about the work that Georgia Fort does in this community, she makes it so that people can come behind her and do this sometimes thankless job. Y'all need to be real about this. I don't see enough of my colleagues standing up and speaking out.
Listen.
And it's beyond frustrating, it's infuriating that we as journalists aren't taking this as seriously as it is. And maybe if you'd have listened to us a little bit longer, a while back, we wouldn't be here in the first place. But now here we are. So if you have questions. if you have questions.
What's the charges that they're actually bringing up against her?
Good question.
Good question, right?
Very good question. We do not know at this moment.
We do know now. It's
On days
conspiracy.
when I feel exhausted, like my spite has burned out, or feel overcome with fear, or feel my fight is diminishing, I still do not lose hope, for I remind myself, you are still alive, aren't you? This is not the end.
Hell yeah. Masked Songbird, thank you for the $20 super chat. Incredibly generous. Thank you very much. And, the rest of this is taking questions. Obviously, still worth watching for sure, but I wanted to make sure we saw all of those speakers. It's, I think, a really important press conference. One that, is unfortunately not viewed by that many folks. This has about 26,000 views, which is not nothing, but this should be seen in every corner of the country. That this should be seen everywhere so that folks understand what is happening here in the Twin Cities, what the Trump administration is actually doing here. And it has nothing to do with, immigration. It has nothing to do with, customs and borders. It has nothing to do with any of that. It is entirely fear and intimidation and silencing and a constant desire to violate every single part of the Constitution in order to demonstrate that they can do it. In order to invalidate your rights and in order to put us in our place, to demonstrate that they can get us, regardless of what rights are written on a piece of paper. But they forget that we are the ones who make and enforce those rights. It is us, the people doing this work day in, day out, the people who are showing up day in and day out, who work together, who live in community with each other. We are the ones that make this society real. And right now, they are abusing the rules that have allowed our society to thrive. Right now, they are acting with impunity. They are acting as if they will never be held accountable. But that is because they are naive in their evil. They are woefully unprepared for what happens when we, the working people of America, start waking up and showing up. And that's what I'm asking, I guess, from each and every one of you at the end of the day. It's to wake up and to show up. Understand what the problem is and then show up however you can, however you are, to help solve that problem. There are more of us than there are of them. They cannot arrest us all. And we will prevail. We will, in fact, as long as we give enough of a shit and enough of us show up, we can do anything. And we can do better than just stop the bad things. We can build something better than what came before. Our goal does not end on merely ending the oppression and tyranny of the present moment. Our goal lies way beyond this. Beyond the city on the hill. We're going to build something better. Better than any one of us could ever dream. We're going to build something that all of us dream together. So, I want you guys to hold on to hope. It is imperative that you hold on to that hope, that hold on to that long vision of where we're going. Without our brains and muscle, not a single wheel of their agenda can turn. So, all that being said, folks, I will say I'm going to link here a support page for Georgia Fort, because Georgia Fort obviously does not have the same resources. Someone like Don Lemon, give Georgia Fort some dollary dues if you can. And if you can't, please share that link around on your various social media channels and echo the call for support for Georgia Fort. She's going to need help with legal protection, obviously, as things go forward from here. But I do want to say, issues like what is happening right now, the arrest and detention of journalists, these are things that are starting to break through, even with folks who are possibly the densest and most intractable people alive. And of course, I am talking about our elected Democrats in Congress.
And lawless agents who are brutalizing everyday Americans and law-abiding immigrant families, targeting them violently in violation of the law, should be investigated and prosecuted independently of the Department of Justice. We cannot trust the Department of Justice. They're an illegitimate organization right now under the leadership of Pam Bondi and the direction of Donald Trump. And so, if anything, the events of today reinforce, as it relates to the Department of Justice targeting journalists and part of the free and fair press, that the Department of Justice cannot be trusted to freely and fairly work through the criminal justice system.
You know what? I'll take it. I'll take Hakeem Jeffries straight up saying you can't trust the Department of Justice anymore, in response to Pam Bondi having these journalists arrested. You know, I think that that's good. I think that that's actually a really significant move for someone who is such an institutionalist like Hakeem Jeffries. You know, he's not wrong, but the fact that he is actively conforming to the reality is unusual for congressional Democrats. You know, and I will count that as movement, and that movement is really important. And I will also say shout out to Chris Murphy here in the Senate, who's doing good work as well. Here he is putting out a little a video about the situation.
If you haven't understood what's happening, then the arrest of Don Lemon and Georgia Fort and the seizure of the ballots in Georgia should make it crystal clear. These are Stalinist tactics. This is a president who is wildly unpopular and knows that the only way that he can keep power in November is to steal the election, to try to destroy the First Amendment, to try to scare journalists and protesters into staying silent. This is why we cannot fund the Department of Homeland Security unless it starts behaving lawfully. That will involve serious reform. It's frankly why I haven't been supporting budgets for agencies like the Department of Justice, because without checks on their lawlessness, citizens and journalists all across America are at risk.
True.
We shouldn't be funding a federal government that is out of control. We should use...
True. So, Chris Murphy, do you think we should pay our taxes? I'd love a follow-up question about that.
Use our power to demand reforms, as we are right now with the Department of Homeland Security. But we should not be cheap dates, because if we sit back and choose to fund the operations of the federal government instead of standing up for free speech, standing up against censorship, standing up for the right to mobilize and protest. Well, there's not going to be a democracy there for us in November. This is a serious moment. We have an opportunity to draw a line in the sand when it comes to this fight over the Department of Homeland Security budget and the increasing abuse of power from this White House today, trying to suppress the ability of journalists to tell the truth about what's going on. That's what happens in Russia. That's what happens in totalitarian states. That's not what happens in the United States of America. If you
Hey, Chad, is this bad? Is it bad that members of Congress are talking about like the theft of the election? Oh boy. So yeah, we are staring down a situation where they're elected members of Congress are worried about the election being stolen, and that leaves us again. What I keep coming back to over and over and over again over the past year is that fundamentally the acts of the authoritarian regime do not change what our job is. Because our job is to get more and more organized. Our job is to continue to work more and more with one another and to keep getting more and more organized. Our job doesn't change, in light of, oh, Donald Trump is trying to like steal the elections. Well, the solution to that is for us to get more organized so that we can respond however we need to when he tries to come and steal the elections in order to oppose that effort. It requires us to get organized however we can. And so I guess like to me all of this is so complicated and so simple at the same time, right? Not doom posting. I don't think I'll make it to see the city on the hill, but for those who come after, eh? Well, that's the thing, GGGGG. None of us will ever see the end state of whatever we hope to see, which is very frustrating to me personally. But like we plant trees we will never see the shade of. We plant seeds that will grow into great oaks that we will never experience in summer. And so, but that's not a reason for us not to plant. It's not a reason for us not to move forward. It's not a reason for us to shrug our shoulders and stop. For those who come after, exactly. For our kids, for our kids' kids, for our friends. Like we have to keep pushing forward. And I think that that's actually something that's really beautiful. That we are all collectively at work on a project that is of such beauty that we cannot even begin to conceive of it. That together we are building a future that is worth fighting for and so beautiful we can't even articulate it. And it is beyond any one of our powers to envision it. It is beyond any one of our powers to bring it about. But when we work together towards that common goal, we can make it real anyway. And that is what building society is. Like that's what it is at the end of the day. It's an almost magical thing, even if we understand the basic mechanisms. And it's no magic at all. The fact that a lot of us are allowed to even be the things we are at all is the shade of the tree that people long ago planted. True. Very true. We currently enjoy the shade of trees planted long ago by people who never knew us. but who hoped one day we would enjoy the sun and the shade. We stand on the shoulders of giants, and so we must become giants ourselves for those who come after us. I love all of you, and I understand. You know, this seems like a weirdly hopeful way to end such a dire happening. You know, a dire segment of news. Like, objectively, what happened today is horrible. Like, we are seeing new lows from the Trump administration. We are seeing greater abuses, but I guess what I'm also seeing is that in response to all of those new lows and new abuses, the community comes together even more tightly, even more strongly, even more numerously. And I don't think they can win. You know, I think at the end of the day, what we're looking at, for all of their armed might coming at us in the middle of the night to try and spirit us away with trumped up charges for the crime of just viewing and reporting things, is where we're at now. My mind keeps going back to this. I believe that we will win. I believe that we will win. That's what I keep coming back to. I keep coming back to this crowd in the snow. I keep coming back to Minnesotans showing up in negative 40-degree wind chills. I keep coming back to the fact that we got us. And that the kind of movement we are building is bigger than any one person. And that is a strength, because there's nothing an authoritarian government loves more than to try and take out one influential leader who seems to be running the whole shebang. But in this case, there is no one leader. You know, the No King's March would still go on if Ezra Levin disappeared tomorrow. And, you know, hopefully he doesn't. But you know, like the marches that have been happening in Minneapolis over the last couple weeks, they would still go on if any one individual was disappeared. I believe that we will win. And I hope you'll all join me in that belief. With that being said, folks, let me know what you think down in the comments. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. Get organized. Join your local Dems, join your local DSA. If you need help, we can help you do it. Reach out to GamerG for DSA. Reach out to Dragonfly for your local Dems. We need to radicalize our Dems. We need to make our DSA more effective. Get involved today and start showing up. Okay? We need to get ready for ICE. We need to get ready for wherever these people are going to show up. And also, we need to keep each other safe. And keep our democracy secure. All that being said, folks, last but not least, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. Tested on cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. And it's non-tucking lingerie. It's super comfortable. It is super fashionable. It provides great support. And I will also say, buying trans femme lingerie, it'll make the fascists mad. So check it out. Link down in the doobly-doo. And I will see you all next time. Stay cozy, friends. Mandalorian indeed. Thanks for having us over. You're welcome, folks. Yeah, we've been going for about 6 hours. If you guys would like to support some independent political analysis and commentary, please consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. You guys make this show possible. I could not do it without you fine folks. And we're currently sitting at 199 subs. We are almost halfway to our goal. And also, click that button, click the follow button, click the subscribe button, click the like button, do the things. I am absolutely exhausted because I can't do a lot. I don't have a lot of skills, but I can talk into a camera real good. And you know, I'm trying to do everything I can to keep my community safe and to keep all of you safe. And you know, for me, these days it's streaming until 5 o'clock in the morning. So y'all better be safe. Y'all better take care of yourselves, and y'all better take care of one another. All right? Click the goddamn button. Go, go, go. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Victorian, thank you for the Bezos bucks. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Hell yeah. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click Quasi Spec, thank you for subscribing. Hell yeah. And you guys also got the Dono Ghost out right before the end of stream.
I hereby cast a spell of warning to protect the chat. And a second spell to summon the Dono Ghost.
Cadaseus Clayman, thank you very much for subscribing with Prime. Let's go! Stupid Genius, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. Quality Pants, thank you for the 10 community subs over on Twitch. Thank you so goddamn much. Holy moly, thank you very, very much. Let's go! Yeah, the Dono Ghost is also a Jazz Dog song. Can you feel the gentle rumble that Chugga approaches? I think I'll be safe for a while yet. Bum bum bum. Bum 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 bum. Oh no! My bones! So fun. So fun. Folks, we've been going for 6 hours. And I will see you maybe on Sunday if I have the ability to like think, and hopefully nothing horrible happens this weekend that will cause me to do an early stream. We'll find out. I guess. And then if I don't see you on Sunday, I will see you all on Monday. Good night, folks. Take care of one another. Get good sleep. Or the thing could happen. Look, if the thing happens, I will definitely go live, okay? I will definitely go live. Good night, y'all.
What we need in the United States is not division. What we need in the United States is not hatred. What we need in the United States is not violence and lawlessness, but is love and wisdom and compassion toward one another.
We shall overcome. We shall overcome. We shall overcome someday. Oh, deep in my heart, I do believe that we shall overcome someday. We'll walk hand in hand. Walk hand in hand.
We'll walk hand in hand someday. Oh, deep in my heart, I still believe that we shall overcome
We shall live in peace. We shall live in peace. We shall live in peace someday. Oh, deep in my heart, I do believe that we shall overcome someday.
We are not afraid. We are not afraid. We are not afraid today. Deep in my heart, I still believe that we shall overcome someday. The whole wide world around, the whole wide world around, the whole wide world around today. Deep in my heart, I still believe that we shall overcome someday. Deep in my heart, I still believe
That we shall overcome someday.
Good night, everyone.